Okay, well argued, I suppose. Find a reason for it. I suppose, sorry, this is going beyond my remit, but when I might suggest when the council comes to look at the next plan it writes, it would look at the end results, right? So it's very much written from a point of view of the start, right? If you think
the trains cannot be extended because of the length of the platform at the terminal when they get to London, and this is Reg 18 was a few years ago. Things might have changed, but I just wondered if there was any clarification on that from Mr. Cole, because I do wonder how much the service can be improved to serve the new Cruise Hill development.
Okay, fine. I think we more or less covered that yesterday. With you know, obviously told there were discussions in place, and in principle, again, Govia Thameslink, we're amenable to extending service provision.
I would also point out that in the motion report, it actually has the details of the loading and capacity, which does kind of show that. I don't have that immediately to hand to kind of give you the exact numbers in that. But yeah, you're correct. There is the possibility of increasing frequency. Prior to COVID, it was more frequent than it is currently. Although I do, at the same time, patronage is quite significantly down on what it was prior to COVID. Hence the reason why the rail operator is currently operating that 4 trains at a peak hour and 2 off-peak along the line. They have got some immediate plans to increase that in the upcoming timetable change, which will probably be around December, but they said that last time and it never materialised, but they're certainly talking about increasing capacity. Whether that stops at Gordon Hill or goes on to the Hertford North is still subject to whatever they're going. So I think it's fair to say that the train operator are looking at capacity, they are looking at frequency. There is capability on the line to increase it. As I say, the actual details of where we are right now is in the motion model.
Thank you. Berkley Holmes, thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to pick up on the discussion around 18C and the east-west connections, because that, I think, relates to the crux of our responses and matters to be discussed around both this element, but also then the SA 11.1 policy infrastructure requirements. I'll leave the bus provision, but just on the active travel connection and the connections across the railway and how it's presented in clause C there. I think that Berkley have got a recognition that there is a need for enhanced provision across east-west to connect the areas within the proposed development. I think we're at a stage where there's not yet clarity on the best way to provide that, and I don't think that we can set in policy at the moment a requirement for a specific location or form for how that might come forward. There are options, and I think there are numerous options, and we've been looking at it, as I know that the council has. But I think the east-west active travel connection being identified as essential. I think the first point there is we're not aware where that comes from and the evidence that underpins that consideration. And actually, we think it's all tied into necessarily how you might master plan the development within the area and how the uses relate to any east-west connections. And I say that because I think Mr. Cole said, well, we don't want people to jump in the car to go to services from east to west. But particularly, and I think, to be fair, that was said in relation to a new connection, active travel collection north of the railway station. But if the uses and community facilities are clustered more along the Cattlegate Road corridor, actually the most direct route doesn't become across an active travel route across north of the railway line. It becomes along the Cattlegate Road corridor, and actually the better active travel corridor may well be along Cattlegate Road, and there is potential options to provide east-west enhanced linkages there. Similarly, there might be options around if you've got to deliver new access to the railway station, including to the west, that might tie into providing east-west connectivity as well. So I think my comment at the moment, particularly around 18C, is we wouldn't want to see that reworded to become more specific around either the location or form of that east-west active travel connectivity, because we fundamentally see that that will be linked to the master planning that needs to be done through the SPD and the locations of uses, and making sure that any active travel corridor reflects the disposition and location of those uses.
Are you saying then you don't, I mean, I don't think the discussion was going down the route of saying anything about the location. I think it was talking about the nature, you know, just being clear about what the nature of those two new connections were. Because at the moment it doesn't say anything about active travel connections. It talks about just two connections. So I was trying to understand that. But so there's not saying where they should be. But are you saying you don't think it should refer to two new connections across the railway?
No, sir, to be clear, I'm happy with connections across the railway. Two, probably fine, because we know there's going to be one to be south and there's one to the north, but it's the form of that connection. For example, that new connection across the railway line might be a new active travel route that follows the existing Cattlegate road, and that could provide new and enhanced connectivity along that route, if that's actually the clearest route to get from east to west for the uses that are proposed within the master plan and the disposition of those.
I'm not getting a sense of what's wrong with 18C.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. We've not said that there's anything wrong with 18C, but there was a suggestion in the discussion around introducing additional specificity.
Well, I think the only specific is a word I really struggle with that word. The only S word there was going to be what I was talking about is setting out that it's the requirement is for active travel or pedestrian cycle routes, however you frame it, rather than the requirement being for buses. That was all I was talking about.
Yes.
It wasn't about anything else. So what's the problem with talking about it being about active travel?
Well, I don't think that there is a problem.
Right, okay.
Talking about active
So what we've been
travel.
talking about...
So it wasn't a response to what you were saying, it was a response to how the council responded to what you were saying. And there was references to a bridge, and you'll see from our things, we don't think that there should be a specific reference to a bridge, because there are different ways of achieving connectivity across the railway.
To be fair, it might have been my fault. I might have said bridge because of what the IDP says. But to be fair, the policy does say connections, which is not saying bridge. So, and the IDP, as we know, is not policy. So it's you know. Okay, fine, understood. Yes, would you like to say something?
It's just a further clarification on what I said in answer to Ms Fisk's thing. So it's, I got the reference for the location of the information you were seeking, which is TRA 6, pages 22 and 23.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. No other points. So, yeah, Mr. E, if you want to pick up anything new, but also the point you wanted to make about Mr. Lack's comments.
Yes, and just dealing with the position of Govia, there's also a reference at PLA 3, page 88, second column, which indicates Govia's position that increasing frequencies to 6 to 7 trains per hour would be technically possible following recent work at Stevenage Station, albeit recognising that it's ultimately going to be driven by passenger demand. So their position is clearly set out in that document. That was that. Then staying with connectivity issues, if I can deal with Mr. Lack's point now, and Ms. Elphick from WSP is here to deal with the observation that was made by Mr. Lack yesterday. So perhaps if Ms. Elphick can come up to the table, and I'll ask her to introduce herself once I've set out the context for this. And the context is in the reference that Mr. Lack made yesterday to TRA 5 and page 10 of that document, which is dealing with the AM peak link delay increase with the plan, and Mr. Lack observed that delays are identified on 2 links, although I don't think he said it was 2 links, but there are 2 links in the north around Cruise Hill of between 1496 seconds and 1543 seconds, i.e. his 25-minute point. And
so, can you remind me of the page number on TRA 5?
Of course, it's page 10.
Page 10, thank you.
PDF 10, I should say. And you can see up by Cruise Hill there are 2 links identified, and the time delay is indicated in just above those, or just by the side of those links. And what I wanted Ms. Elphick to deal with is how appropriate it is to rely on those sorts of figures as an indicator of problems in relation to Cruise Hill, because that's Mr. Lack's point. That seems to be showing there's a real problem there. So perhaps, Ms. Elphick, if you could introduce yourself firstly.
Afternoon, everybody. My name's Christine Elphick. I'm a transport modelling expert from WSP, and we've supported the London Borough of Enfield with all the transport modelling work. The transport model that we use to undertake the work is one that's been developed by TfL. So it's a transport model of the whole of London. Ideally, and at a really high level, what we have done is developed a scenario which includes all the future year scenario that includes all the consented and committed developments, and then on top of that created an additional scenario that includes the local plan proposals. And so this is a model of the whole of London, which we've plugged into the model, the Enfield local plan. And what we add in the proposed houses and employment, and from that the model provides us with the increases in highway and public transport demand that will happen in the peak periods. So these are all the process that we've gone through has been jointly developed, has been done in consultation at every stage with TfL and National Highways, and of course the Borough have been heavily involved in that process. I guess with respect to the plot that Mr. Lack has mentioned.
Should we just look at that?
Yes, I guess. Sorry, I thought that. So ultimately, the proposals for the local plan proposals have been put into the model, but the model obviously covers the whole of London, and there are some quite big zones where we are putting in a lot of trips, and they are connecting onto the network in just a couple of locations, whereas in reality, the access points of those trips would be dispersed across the network. So when you're seeing little short links with high levels of delay, they are over-representing the number of trips that would go onto that specific point, because that one big zone covers a large area, and and so the model itself is adding a lot of trips into one location. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. In my sins, I've casting my mind back to these sort of things. Yeah, but yeah. So would I be able to see in any of the documents where the zones are, so I can at least look at the size scale of that? Which
I'll have to look back at the evidence. I don't think there is a specific zone map in there, but I can easily provide one for you.
Yes, we'll check back. I've seen that zone map, and I think it is in TRA 1 or 2, but perhaps I can be assisted with that in a moment.
Thank you, it would just be helpful. I mean, and so yeah, my understanding of these things is so the trips are assigned to nodes on the network, or for want of better, or junctions. But is that not necessarily picking up behaviour then? Is it not a behavioural model in terms of it's like where people would disperse to? It's just sort of looking at the most? Is it like a logic? Well, that's the most used junction, or the for want of a better word, the biggest junction, or the junction on the A road junction, and therefore that's where everything's assigned to. But if you've got a network with a lot of what's the word I'm trying to find? Distributor roads, for want of a better word. Subsidiary roads around that, people will automatically start making choices about where to go to avoid some of the problems.
Yeah. So the model is focusing where those trips will access point in just 2 locations, whereas in reality they'll be spread across a number of residential roads that will be accessing the highway network.
And on that, so if you see, you'll look back at page 10, and you'll see that the links that are identified as short existing links that are provided, that are identified. So it's not. I mean, perhaps Ms. Elphick can deal with this. Ms. Elphick, is this model showing the with mitigation scenario?
No, so all the modelling that we've done is modelling a worst case scenario without any mitigation, and also it's just useful to remind ourselves that the highway trip generation was uplifted as well from that for Cruise Hill and Chase Park, for that which motion provided us with to provide a robust assessment for national highways. Just to note, the zone.
So just to be clear, the figure, the analysis in motion in the TfL model, that was you took a worst case scenario in comparison to that. Is that right?
That's correct. The trip generation that motion provided for the car trips for Cruise Hill and Chase Park, we reviewed, and we took a view that it was quite low, and that we would uplift that for the purposes of robustness for national highways and TfL's assessment. Just to note that the model zone plan can be found in TRA 1, page 38, figure 4.1.
So, in terms of understanding the likely impacts then, so what value, to be blunt, does that give me in terms of, if it's not modelling reality effectively, is that problematic, or is it again? Sorry, I always put the ors in, so I understand things. Or is it the case of, well, if life was like the model, this is what would happen, but it's not going to be, so this is the worst case scenario. But a worst case scenario, a queue of 1,543 seconds, it sound quite severe. So is that not?
I guess every model has to be a simplification of reality, because the tools that we've been used is a strategic model. It's not going to represent all the residential roads and access roads that are there in reality. I think it provides us with an understanding of the potential impacts on the worst case scenario. And I think we have undertaken some assessment of potential improvements to the access of Chase Park, for example, as part of some of the mitigation work we did undertake, which then considers how a more detailed access for the developments will change that delay.
I suppose in terms of model validation, you can't validate the model based on the end result, because obviously it's not reality. If you're adding 3,500 houses in the plan period, you can't validate that. But presumably, is the model validated on observed information? So now.
Yeah, so we went through quite a thorough exercise at the start of the process back in 2021-22, where we validated the model in the borough against observed journey time and count information to ensure it represented as accurately as possible the flows and journey times that were being experienced. And that's all reported on in the TRA 1 and 2, I should think. And all that was agreed with TfL and National Highways as well.
Okay. So what comfort, I mean, I would take the point as worst case scenario, it can't model every scenario or every trip. So what comfort can I have in terms of, severe cumulative transport impacts from information like that? I can look at some of the junctions and say quite low numbers, 46 seconds or whatever, that's take comfort from that. But what am I supposed to do, I guess, with something where it says, there's potential delay of that significance, but don't worry about it. So it's all going to be fine. Do these sort of very small, except very small links, but do these sort of very small links translate into mitigation that's been identified, or a need for mitigation that's been identified?
I think as the development progresses and you look at the detailed access points, it's then at that stage we ensure that the access points and junctions that are proposed are appropriate for the likely highway trip generation that will be developed by the development. I guess we've made a range of assumptions around car ownership and the number of trips that have been generated as part of our strategic modelling approach, which obviously, as time progresses, will be refined as the details of the development will get into greater detail.
And just finally, I think for me, in terms of worst case scenario, it was referred to yesterday about what modal share was tested, and whether it was I think it was based on current, was it based on current modal share rather than anticipated? Yes. So there's an expectation, hope, aspiration that I guess it'll be push people to be more active travel or public transport than the current position.
Yes, exactly.
So I don't know whether you have anything more, but I just have a couple of questions, if I can put those to Ms. Elphick, just to perhaps look at the issues in a bit more, or in a different way rather. The first of which is, if one's looking at ultimately a development that will come forward for 3,500 houses in or units in the plan period, 5,500 beyond, how realistic is it to look at accessing those units by 2 links? How realistic do you think that is? Put a different way, would you in reality be looking at a development for 3,500 units or 5,500 units as being accessed off 2 roads?
No, you would anticipate a development of that size to be accessed off a number of access points onto the network to disperse the trips across the network.
The only other question is, in terms of your experience of dealing with these sorts of developments and the sort of scale of development that one is looking at, the sort of the land area one is dealing with, to what extent is there the scope available for dispersing development off more than the two links that we see?
I think there's great potential and opportunity to disperse them across the network to reduce the impact on the highway network.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody want to come back on that or say anything about that? It's 1:05. I think I'd really like to get through 4.27 because we've only got a couple more criteria left. We'll see about how long we have for lunch, but if that's all right. But let's just get this done and then we can see where we are. So, sorry, over 50s forum.
Thank you. I'm listening. If I've understood correctly, this is about dispersal from a busy and intensively occupied area. I don't fully understand, in the context of other borough policies, where, with the introduction, which I understand is ongoing, of low traffic neighbourhoods, where the very opposite of dispersal is being encouraged, so that there's substantial areas. I mean, the one I know most is in Southgate, where there's a huge residential area where traffic is not allowed through other than for specific purposes. And the two things don't sit easily with me. I don't understand.
Okay, so I guess there's two different points. I guess my understanding of the low traffic neighbourhoods is to prevent traffic rerouting through residential areas, whereas what we're talking about is a new development and how it accesses the local network. And I think what low traffic neighbourhoods prevent people from, try to encourage people to stay on the main routes and stop rat-rutting through residential areas, whereas with a big development like this, it's all about then ensuring the traffic generated from the development is going onto the key parts of the network. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Help.
So that's
Okay.
yeah. It does to me. I think I understand that. Yeah, I suppose that again. Well, I say it does to me. I'll check. If the idea is, yes, you don't, low traffic neighbourhoods, you don't want people going around all the residential streets, finding, different routes to find a way out. That sounds like dispersal. I think what you're talking about is about how the new residential areas will join on to the main road network rather than, so it's the dispersal of, say, rather than two, you've got an access onto the main road at the top of at the north and the main access on the main road at the south. That's only two locations, whereas if you've got several locations, the more access points, the more it's dispersed across the main road rather than talking about rat runs. I think that's the point. Yeah. So I think I get it, because ultimately those plots are about. I think they're accessing the main, the main nodes, aren't they? They're not talking about individual, like spreading it across. Because I guess everyone, even if you do all the rat runs around the residential, eventually you're going to hit that main road, aren't you? So you've got to, as I find every morning coming here, you've got to hit that point. But if there's more points which to hit or different routes you can take, then to get to your destination, then
That's right, sir. And then you'll see that those are side roads that are identified in the TRA5.
Thank you. Sorry, did you want to?
Forgive me. You said the live testing, the data that went to the model was 21, 22. Was that?
I didn't say anything. Yeah. Yeah.
So the work, when we did the work, sorry, when we undertook the work in 2021, 2022, all the work was done using a model pre-COVID. So it's all based on data that from 2019 is the base data.
Okay, we are in danger of going back to January and talking about matters of principle in transport modelling, which I don't want to do. I want to focus on the site. I mean, obviously, the modelling is for the site, yeah, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to get back into the principles of what we discussed in January and the model too much. But in terms of the specifics of what the model is throwing out for this allocation, then clearly it's important to understand it. And so my understanding is improved. Thank you for that. So thank you. Any other comments? No? So I'm going to try and, where were we? So 18 done. 19, I think we're into social and community infrastructure requirements. This is a sort of general point about delivering social and physical infrastructure ahead or in tandem with the housing delivery. So it all goes back to the points about phasing, a particular point there. I think it, again, serves quite a lot of what's in here is already set out in other policy. Again, perhaps apart from the little bit about infrastructure should be provided ahead of or in tandem with the housing delivery. So again, that's the nub. That's the really key point of this part, and I think is important. And then the stuff about, you know, facilities should be located so as to propose active and sustainable travel. Yes, quite. You've said that already. You've talked about multifunctional, yeah, and then obviously A, B, C, D, and E, R, and F are all pretty much what I think is already set out. So, you know, 2 primary schools, a secondary school, local centres. Community orchards and allotments are new. I don't think that's referred to anywhere else. So again, that's a specific point. New Riverside public parks along the brook. So that's referred to obliquely in terms of criterion E. I think in the criterion about defensible boundaries. So it's an indirect reference to that there. Multifunctional network, green and blue infrastructure. These accessible. Yeah, all good things. I'm not sure, other than they've been said before. I'm not sure I've got anything to particularly ask, other than getting slightly exasperated by it. Can anybody comments on that?
Only this, so it's a matter of clarification, which is tied into the orchards and allotments element. The dark green on figure 314.
The mystery.
The mystery areas, yes. Those are identified as being allotment areas. So there is an intention that should be identified. It isn't critical, I have to say. On behalf
Right.
of
Okay. Well, I say it's part of. I mean, orchards and allotments are open space.
Yes, quite.
It's defined by the framework. So, presumably, again, this might be an area where, I mean, technically speaking, because it all talks about providing necessary social and physical infrastructure, the necessary, you know, if my logical progression, the necessary would tell me, well, what's necessary, and then I'd go to your relevant open space policies. And your open space policies will tell me what level of open space is required, and that will take me into what form that open space should be required. So there kind of is a logical flow. Again, it doesn't cross-reference. This is one of those where it doesn't cross-reference those policies.
No.
Doesn't need to. But you've specifically set out, as part of that, you want to see orchards and allotments. There's no number on that, or how many, or whatever. But again, I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that, I don't think.
No. But it would be sensible to certainly make clear on figure 314 what.
Yes,
dark
I think
is.
that needs to be. Yeah, so it'd be a modification to the inset map. There might be others, of course. So.
Yes.
Sorry, the not inset map, illustrative diagram. Any points on scene and criterion 19? Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to bring up the evil word delivery again. Does the wording here imply that all of those things in that list up to F are supposed to come in tandem or ahead of housing delivery? Because we know that some of them are not.
Well, so yes, very good point again. Sorry, in my trying to get through. It is a point that we've been reminded throughout that not all of this infrastructure is going to be provided on the day one and everything else, which doesn't necessarily reflect what's in 19, other than the word necessary, I suppose. So when you're talking about necessary, it'll be what's necessary at that particular time in the evolution, implementation of the scheme.
That's right. So it's seeking to capture those that are necessary in relation to the development that is coming forward, but at the same time also seeking to put in words what will be, or put in advanced words, what will be in the SPD with regard to infrastructure that should come forward in a particular phase or at a particular stage. And of course we've dealt with that in the context of the earlier part of the policy. Sensibly, could make reference again to it being in accordance with the SPD, albeit that is obviously expected anyway. But it could say that.
I think what I'm going to think about here is whether or not there's a way of, again, effectively, so say, about what's necessary for soundness, etc. We'll keep coming back to that. But this is one of those areas where I feel, perhaps, couching things, that the number of different iterations of similar ideas is going to get problematic, because we've already got points saying, well, talk about phasing, and then this talks about this, and whether there's going to be a way of actually explaining this approach and the phasing of infrastructure in a more straightforward way, which encapsulates both the idea, and I guess, it might sound contradictory, but both the idea that some of the infrastructure will come forward before the housing, or in tandem with, where it's absolutely necessary, and some might be later on. But at the moment, you've got these things, some of those wordings slightly seems to be pulling in different directions a little bit, and yes. Maybe, and I think there might be a way of rationalising some of this to be, again, reflect reality more than what it does at the moment.
Yes.
It could certainly, at the start of the policy, indicate those areas that will be considered for delivery earlier than others. The difficulty, of course, with that is that it can preclude or result in a decision being made at this stage, or a direction being made or being taken at this stage that ultimately doesn't seem to be a good idea later on. So keeping the intention high level, so that there's a general intention that some things will come forward, albeit specified in the SPD, would be better than trying to pin down now what those elements are. But for the general principle, at least, to be set out in at the start of the document, or the start of the policy.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot could go into criterion 2 or,
yes.
or something, which could probably negate the need for many others.
Yes.
And clarify things. Okay, thank you. Where am I? 20? I'm on 20. Yeah.
Yes, 20. Yes.
20 is about a visitor centre. Yeah. The opportunity to incorporate a new visitor centre to serve the borough's rural transformation area should be explored. This could include a mountain biking trail centre, wild swimming lake, art trail performance space and play feature. Sounds wonderful. But it's not obviously an aspiration, not a requirement, so that's one thing. It really, if you've not noticed already, I really don't like things that say explored or consider or demonstrate how, because that's not actually an outcome, that's just a process. So what is it you're actually trying to get? Maybe in some cases there's absolutely no way, particularly if it's an aspiration, you can't word it any differently, because that's the only way you can deal with it. So, admittedly, it's not an absolute, you can't use that language, but it is an open door to, ambiguity, that kind of thing about, well, does 20 even take you anywhere?
Dr. Jones may be able to indicate how important it is to provide for it, bearing in mind that one of the aims, at least in PLA 3, is the encouragement of visitors as well. But he'll be able to say if there is an intention to deliver it. If there is, then it's a matter of describing that in words, criterion to it.
Yeah, so the intention to provide a visitor centre is discussed in the placemaking study, page 51, which raises that as an opportunity, and this section of the policy sought to speak to that point. But yeah, I take on board your advice around wording being outcome focused rather than process focused. That's helpful. Thank you.
I think it's fair to say that when one looks at that part of the strategy contained in PLA 3, page 51, it does say that a visitor centre will make Cruise Hill a destination for communities from across North London. So it's an imperative, at least, identified there, which is an indicator of the council's description of importance to it.
So in that case, in the view of getting what you want, should the policy be development will be expected to deliver a visitor centre, full stop?
Yes, it can say the development should incorporate. But that's what it can say. I'd like to take some instructions just to be absolutely sure about that, because I'm taking that from PLA 3,
Okay.
and that's a wording that ultimately may not be reflective of the substance of the council's position. And if it is truly just aspirational, then it should remain as such. So can I confirm that over lunch?
Enfield Road Watch first.
We'd like some sort of clarification, because the visitor centre is a large component of what the council is proposing as compensation for taking Greenbelt land. It remains one of the key features that has not yet been completed, because most of the rest has been completed. I don't know how that factors into this, whether that needs to be specified, if that's something they're intending or not.
It can't be a compensatory improvement for removal of the greenbelt as per national policy, because it's not in the greenbelt. So those things have to be improving access to the greenbelt. So, but I can accept the discussion yesterday again. Detail change about it might generally be a justification, but it's not necessarily compensation in national policy terms. But I'll get a view from the council as to whether or not it's
If that's the intention.
an absolute requirement. Because again, it's important, isn't it? The opportunity to explore and maybe do these things is not the same as you will deliver, or a visitor centre will be delivered. It may not be it may be the council delivering the visitor centre, in which case it might be should be in part 1 of the policy, rather than a requirement of home builders or something like that. I don't know, but anyway, that's another point. And 050's forum.
Thank you. I enjoyed Criterion 20 because it seems to me something that could be done now with what's already there. Rural transformation, biking trail centre, all those things would be appropriate with Cruise Hill as it currently is. So, but it sits less comfortably with a housing development. Thank you.
Okay. You weren't here when I was talking about those other greenbelt allocations, whether things are appropriate or not in the greenbelt. Anyway, I won't go back over that. Anything you want to say about those two? I mean, maybe the crux of it. I take the point there. Fine, but I think the main crux is it comes back to what we were saying about whether it's actually an aspiration or a requirement, and whether the policy is clear in that respect.
Yes, I'll come back on the specifics of Cruise Hill. I think it's worthwhile noting, though, that so it was said by Ms Fisker that in terms of compensation, the visitor centre was a critical part of it, or words to that effect. If one looks at the plan, page 84, one can see the landscape recovery vision, which identifies potential visitor centres. So potential, firstly, and identifies it actually, if I've got the colour correct, on Rectory Farm, not Cruise Hill. Then there's also reference within PL9 to the creation of a visitor centre with a cultural gateway hub at Enfield Chase. But I'll come back anyway to deal with specifically Cruise Hill.
Thank you. Yeah, some clarity needed on that. Thank you. And then finally, before we can go and have some lunch, Criterion 21. I have no particular. I mean, I think it's a procedural point rather than a. It's not. I guess it's helping explain how the council go about ensuring delivery by reference to planning obligations and so on and so forth. Yeah, my feeling is it's not necessarily policy, because you can obviously have Section 106 agreements without referring to being policy and so on and so forth. Whether it does any harm, I'm not sure. So no particular point on that. Any point on 21? No? Good. Right, thank you. Oh, that was a bit of a marathon, but we got there. So thank you for that. So it's time for lunch. Should we come back at 1:45? No. Shall we... would people be happy with a 3/4 an hour and come back at 2:15 or 20? Yeah, 2:15. Would that be okay with everyone? Yeah. So we'll come back at 2:15, and then we'll move on to the individual allocation. It'll be a similar sort of thing going through the wordings. There's a lot of familiar ground, so it might have to take too much time, and then we'll go into delivery. So 2:15, everyone. Thank you very much. And I wasn't made aware at the time, but I understand for those watching at home, I didn't know the stream had. We lost the stream for a period, so apologies for that. Clearly, not much I can do about that now, but obviously I don't think anyone's interests or prejudices. The people in the room could obviously continue to make their points, but if the stream goes down again, hopefully the council will let me know and we can decide what to do. But these things happen. Obviously, there is the opportunity to come and watch the events in the room. So, and the stream is just like an added bonus. But I don't think it's been recorded either. So, unfortunately, I think there may be some minutes lost. But again, no interests. I don't think have been prejudiced in terms of points being made to me. So we are going to move on now then to the individual allocations, SA 11.1 to SA 11.6. A few issues just for those who weren't here before when we sort of talked about Appendix C, just in case you think, well, why isn't it mentioned these things? I raised the point previously about whether or not there's a practical distinction between the category of infrastructure requirements and design principles, and I think the council told me there isn't really. practical distinction. So it may well be that's something I look into in terms of, again, the duplication issues, which I've laboured a lot today, but there are clearly parts which fall within infrastructure requirements and design principles where things are said slightly differently. Unless it becomes obviously problematic or of note, I'm not going to necessarily pick that up every time. It's just something I'll probably feed back on to the council in due course. And there's also an issue that was more sort of an issue that flows through all of Appendix C, which is the should versus must points. And again, I think if obviously anyone wishes to highlight, a should that they think should be a must, or a must they think should be a should, that's clearly legitimate to bring to my attention. But again, I'm not necessarily going to pick up every single time. I think it's an issue. It'll be something I'll probably just feed back to the council on. After I've heard all of the evidence in general, I might come and say, well, actually, I heard enough to think that that should be a must, not a should, or vice versa, rather than spend too much time debating every single criterion. Obviously, again, if I think there is a particular issue, I'll raise it. But also, I think, unlike this morning where I was going through every criterion in turn, because there was obviously so many and it could have taken a long time before I opened it up, what I'm going to do here, because hopefully I can be quite quick, is ask all of my questions about each allocation and then open it up, because some things will be quite familiar to people, and it's rather than sort of go through each line. I don't think I need to. If that doesn't work after the first one, we'll see, and I'll adapt, evolve, overcome. But that's my plan. So I'll start off with my questions about SA 11.1, all of them, and then open it up, and then say if that doesn't really work, I'll change it. So we're going to start with SA 11.1. Let me just get to my point in there where I need to be. The first things first, I did note in the council's hearing statement, sorry, not in the hearing statement, in the statement of common ground with Berkley Homes, that there was reference to some main modifications being agreed, but they're not in 6.1. So the extent to which the council is suggesting those main mods, perhaps you just want to clarify that with me.
So the statement of common ground was agreed upon after the production of the modifications in E6.1. So they are there as an agreed position, and so if you think that it's appropriate as a main modification to put those to adopt those, then the council will be content to do so, but it's not proposing them at this stage as part of the main modifications, formally under E6.1.
Okay, so they're not, sorry, and they're also not referred to in your hearing statement, so for the site, so I wasn't quite sure, noting that obviously, yes, you may have agreed these after 6.1, and I did say I didn't want lots of versions of 6.1. I thought if it was something you were proposing, it would be at least in the hearing statement, so I wasn't entirely sure of the status.
So that's how as I understand it, that's how we put them forward. Yeah, it's been confirmed by Mr. Smith. Okay,
well, when we get, people can obviously raise with me where if they feel the modifications are necessary, Barclays can put that forward if they want to. So SA 11.1, I'll talk about scale first in terms of my questions. I think the scale of development is 800 new homes, along with a new school, public open space, multifunctional community hub, local parade. It says the overall density would be about 25 dwellings per hectare, but with all the space for housing taking out, for all the space for all those other uses, if you like, taken out. I guess the question is, to what extent what level of density you're talking about. And this might speak to the issue yesterday about optimising densities. 25 dwellings per hectare is quite low, but actually it might be significantly higher than that at a net level.
So in terms of that 25 dwellings per hectare figure, is that the calculation between the site area and the total units that you've worked out, or is that a reference to a document? Because I don't think we've set that out.
Yeah, so it must be my maths. 31.32 hectares divided by 800, whatever that comes to. Yeah. So, but obviously that would be the net figure of 800. So obviously this 11.1 has quite a lot of other things expected within it. So.
Yes, exactly. So it's not the simple calculation as that. The development capacities are drawn from work that was done on the spatial framework, and towards the section 6 of that has a whole section that runs through the separate site allocations and includes a breakdown of the mix of size of units. What that doesn't, though, actually present for you is the net area to enable that density calculation. That may be something we would have to provide supplementary if you requested it. But suffice to say that the dwelling capacity number has netted out open space, the non-residential uses like the primary school, the buffering around Cattlegate Road and the Greenbelt boundary. So there are various items that do come out of that gross area to create the actual dwelling per hectare figure.
Sorry, the question, I guess, is the 800, yeah, I suppose the 800 is based on a realistic assessment of the likely available space for housing once all of these other uses have been removed. So it becomes a realistic. It's not it's not overly optimistic number, given you've got to provide open space to school, etc., etc., etc.
Yes, just to clarify, the spatial framework did have the net area was calculated. I'm not sure it's presented in the actual spatial framework, but we could provide that to you if you wanted the net area and the actual dwellings per hectare that relates to that. We can provide that.
I suppose my other view on the 800 homes is, and trying to understand the densities, the actual densities, the net density, is how that relates to the types of housing that you're expected to deliver. So if it's, you are thinking about, oh yes, I know it talks about a variety of housing types, but if you are sort of focusing on family homes or houses, shall we say, does a net density of whatever that would be actually equate to the vision? Because if your net density was like 150 dwellings per hectare, that doesn't speak to me of what's in the vision. Whereas if it's net density of 3550, that might be more amenable. So perhaps an understanding. I mean, if it's in PLA 3, is that what you mean?
Yes, PLA 3, the spatial framework, actually contains quite a considerable amount of work on densities. It shows a variety of typologies of the types of housing and the mix of housing you can get on different density ranges, and it's on that basis that the calculation of the site capacities has been worked out. And where it does give you those site capacities, it provides the breakdown of the size of the units as well that's expected on those, which is informed by and driven by their analysis of the housing typologies, which is set out in that document. And its section begins at section 4 in PLA 3 from page 60, and there are quite a few pages that run through those density benchmarks.
Okay, thank you. We've talked already about, so if you look now at the infrastructure requirements, 4 talks about, it must provide land and finance construction of a 2-form entry primary school. That, I guess, is consistent with what you told me about PA 11 and the potential changes to P11 that we need is to make it clear it's delivering the school, not just providing the land. So, you know, that's been clarified. I want to look at that obviously when we come to the costs, if that cost's been factored in. And then 6, must provide land and contribute funding towards a new public transport road bridge. So again, this is where the must comes in. So you now suggesting that that would need to be modified?
Yes, we are, sir. As I mentioned earlier this morning, in that statement of common ground with Berkley, we have some suggested wording for that, which could be considered.
Can you point me to that page number, please, in this statement of common ground?
Yes, sir. So it's on page 7, the very bottom of the 4th column, and which runs over to page 8. And so this is suggested wording as discussed with Berkley, but obviously for you to consider as to whether it's appropriate.
Okay, all right. It's before me. I'll give it some thought. Sorry, going back to 4, criteria 4 about the school. So this is the agreed position here is it must provide financial contributions towards and where identified within the subsequent SPD master plan framework, land 4 and 5. So you're taking it. So again, actually, what's set out in 4 there isn't quite what I was told this morning about must provide land and finance. Because if you're now agreeing to that's not the same, is it? Must provide financial contributions is not the same as. It's very much not the same as provide land and finance construction of a 2-form entry primary school. Now, from a PL11 perspective, I can understand the difference because PL11 is talking about the entire development area, so that might well be provide land and or deliver or provide land and finance because you're looking at everybody involved. So that, I can understand the difference there, but you're suggesting that, are you suggesting that 4 needs a modification so that it's not just about the developer of SA 11.1 delivering and financing the school?
Yes, that is actually the case in that SA 11.1 on its own wouldn't require to finance the full construction of a 2-form entry primary school. So it was to recognise that there would be financial contributions towards the financing of that school, which would need to relate to their proportionate requirement from that, rather than the existing wording in there, which just said finance, which would imply to finance the whole construction of that school, irrespective of the nature of the development.
Right, but the land is still, you still expect it to be in that area?
It is. There is a. We'll maybe need to explain this a little bit further here, because the other component here, and maybe you may want to get Berkley's perspective on this as well, was they've made the suggestion that there may well be alternative locations for the primary school that may be identified through the SPD, and they also control other land in the Cruise Hill area. So the additional wording that we may not have discussed before does introduce that additional flexibility that there may be. The SPD may define an alternative location, which is why it's got that extra wording in there. The council still believe that the location SA 11.1 is the appropriate location for it, and you'll see in the wording here that there's a requirement that it cannot in any way lose the provision of the primary school. So there needs, if it was an alternative location was deemed appropriate through the SPD process, that would need to be committed to and available to be delivered. It's only it still needs the commitment to that provision of that infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a sort of consequence, isn't it, of having this quite, I'm not honest, but again, to the extent to which it sounds as you quite understood the need for 6 separate allocations, when you've got the overall allocation with the policy for it, it's a consequence, I suppose, of doing that, that this is where you end up with a, well, you know, being trying to be very specific, but then again, unintended consequences. But what happens if in, you know, the fullness of time, somebody comes up with a really good idea to put the school somewhere else and it actually works? Well, it's contrary to your own policy. So it's, you're still delivering a school, but you've dare I say, made a rod for your own back. Yeah.
I think there's the interplay, though, is that the difficulty with putting just one single, I mean, it's a perennial problem perhaps, but the difficulty with having a single allocation with then the potential for it all to come forward is that that can prevent the delivery of the whole scheme, which is made easier by having individual parcels that are capable of coming forward. So it's an approach that one can go in one direction or another.
Yeah, it may not be an unsound approach, but I will say you're going to have a comprehensive SPD and phasing programme. So that should, in theory, have approaches. But it's not necessarily unsound to do it this way. It will throw up challenges which will make it more complicated to try and write a policy or policies which are going to be effective and not lead to unintended consequences and not cause problems down the line, where you're explaining to your members why this application's okay, but it's contrary to criterion 4 of SA 11.1. It's just, you know, needn't perhaps have made that difficulty, albeit maybe a semantic one. Okay, right. I'm sure Berkley will say something about that. We've talked about the bridge. Again, I suppose, just being clear about it, policy PL11, the PL11 doesn't talk about a bridge, it talks about connections, which is me putting the bridge colour on that thing, but actually this obviously does talk about a bridge. So again, for internal consistency purposes, would it be must provide land for and contribute towards connections, and whether there's any other need for all that those other caveats that have been put forward in the statement of common ground, you know, to be determined perhaps, but you know, is it bridge or is it connections?
It's one of those.
Sorry, and even if you take out public transport road bridge and use the form of words where it's, you know, active travel with the potential for, you know.
Yes, I think that's one of those complexities you're just referring to. I think the connection as an active travel link, I think Berkley was suggesting that could take a variety of forms. The reality is, if you're doing a vehicular link, it would have to be a bridge. You will not be able to do something different to that. So it is a complexity of the different options that exist there that need to be covered.
And then not also watering it down to the extent that it's meaningless by having so many caveats and things that it becomes, you know, pointless sort of exercise in saying anyway. So a balance to be struck, and one for me to no doubt give some thought to. I don't want to get too bogged down, so I'm going to try and move on. I've talked about what would happen if you deleted the bridge, and we've talked about that, so I don't need to, again, it's all part of that. School talked about criterion A, so I'm jumping around a little bit. I've moved away from infrastructure requirements to design principles. Policy talks, so criterion A talks about you know, delivering a public park along the functional floodplain. That's, again, trying to see links into PL11, and there's obviously that talk about you know, there's two things about not delivering in functional floodplain or areas of highest risk and public parks along brooks. So that's restoring the watercourse, strengthening the greenbelt corridor, etc. Or strengthening the greenbelt boundary. So that also talks to that. It doesn't, as far as I can say, here, although it does say in P11. This is where we're going to get into a lot of complications. Does it need to say everything in P11? Presumably, if you've got where the Turkey Brook is, and you're talking about watercourses, that's where some of the flood zone 2 and 3 is. So as well as talking about delivering public park along there, is it also about avoiding, so emphasising what's in P11 or national policy indeed about avoiding flood zone 2 and 3 or avoiding more vulnerable uses in these areas? Again, arguably it doesn't need to be because you've got it in PA11, but arguably none of this needs to be because you've got it in PA11. So, you know, if you've gone down this route, does it need to be thorough?
A is dealing with the provision of the public park within the floodplain, which would be an appropriate use within the floodplain. I take your point that at the same time it may want to make clear that it shouldn't include more vulnerable uses as part of that, but the aim itself is within the framework's objectives for the functional floodplain.
I've no problem with the park. I've no issue about the park. It's more about the again, it's the, does it need to say anything about what, does it need to say the other stuff?
Does it need to be additional?
Does it need to say,
yes,
additionally to that,
yes,
no development in the floodplain? Oh, no, we're not using that language because that's not proper language, but, you know.
No. So the answer is probably not, because it's already in PL11. Otherwise, we will be at risk of having then a hugely expanded series of design principles, I think is the simple answer to it.
Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't already say it, probably, you know, I think it does say, you know, must have regard to all policies, and it's just where it's just untidy, isn't it? Where you've got some elements covered and some elements not covered. But anyway, okay, I can sort of work on that basis. P11 does cover that point though, so fine. Criterion C talks about providing public transport corridor connecting to Cattlegate Road at the south of the site via a new road bridge. Again, via a new road bridge. So, question mark, correct language. Across the railway. The location of the bridge connection should minimise impact on the railway sink. We've been talking a lot about the impact of the sinks of new housing, mainly, I would imagine. We've not really talked about the wildlife corridor and the railway of this. Does that cause any I mean, I suppose does Criterion C effectively condone a harmful impact on the railway sink and the setting of heritage assets? Because the design of the bridge should minimise, it goes on, design of the bridge should minimise the impact on the setting of heritage assets. So again, you've presumably, in concluding that the bridge is needed, or a bridge is needed, those sort of assessments have taken place about, you know, reasonable likelihood that there wouldn't be unacceptable harm.
Yes, I think PLA 3 has looked at options for the transport provision in the context of heritage assets, certainly. I'd need to check about the sink issue, but I anticipate that that's been also looked at in any event. But if it's found that it's appropriate to have that connection, then it would justify the incursion into that bit of the sink, just because of the obvious interlinking between ensuring a sustainable development as part of the exceptional circumstances for release of the green belt and the delivery of the site as a whole. It would, on that basis, justify the incursion.
Going back to I'm just thinking, taking my mind back to Criterion 17, it wouldn't be a conflict there because Criterion 17 would still take you to the tests, and if we are if it includes something about least ecological or low ecological value, I guess again you would hope that, well, location of the bridge might be dependent on other factors, but again, would hope to have regard to that.
Yes, I think in terms of the wording of it, it would enable somebody to say that the principle of putting in a connection, which of course won't be bridge any longer, but will be a connection, the principle of delivering that connection will be sufficiently important to justify an incursion into the sink, but there would still necessarily be the requirements under criterion 17 to ensure that it's minimised on all the bases that are identified.
I think generally there's an action for the council to come up with some wording in either PL11 and this and other relevant policies to ensure a degree of, ensure consistency about how these connections are referred to.
Yes. Yes.
Not necessarily ruling out a bridge,
No.
but if there are alternatives to a bridge, and if it's not a public transport bridge but active travel, then that might be different again. So if that is, again, it's about unintended consequences, the intention of what you're trying to achieve.
Yes.
It's an action for you there.
Yes, thank you. It's noted.
And it will allow me to see how it all works a bit more clearly. Criterion E, and this is obviously, again, not stopping people raising issues about other criteria, it's just ones I've got questions about. Criterion E should explore the potential to reuse the farm buildings at Owls Hall for community or cultural facilities. Again, is that... are the buildings, the farm buildings there, presumably, does that mean they're currently vacant or in a particular state of repair that needs to be an issue? Is this enabling development for restoration? What's the outcome?
Can you help on that?
No, it's not necessarily a restoration. It's more that that could play a focal point for this part of the community. So for community use or related to retail uses in this kind of site. Again, Berkley you may want to ask Berkley around. It's within their ownership.
So it's an aspiration rather than expectation again, and not fatal to if again should explore or they explore it and say no, we're not going to do it. So it's not that would not be in conflict with policy then.
You're correct. It has a degree of flexibility in terms of whether that is the ultimate solution, but as an ambition, it's there. It could create a nice feature for this part of the development.
So can I just pick up on the visitor centre issue at this stage? Again, rather than it being a requirement, it is something that may be provided, so isn't a necessary element of the infrastructure.
Okay. So what are the farm buildings at Owls Hall currently in use?
I believe so, but you may direct Berkley possibly.
No, because I'm not directing at the council. With respect, you're the council, it's your plan. I'm going to ask you the questions first if Berkley want to help me out later, but I expect you to know the answers. So if they're, it's just understanding, what if they're being used for farming. That's one thing. If they're being used for something else, it's what potential there is for reuse. I suppose again understanding the context really.
The council's understanding they have potential for reuse and could form a feature for the development.
So that point, I think, is dealt with it in one of the PLA documents. I'll come back and deal with that if I may.
Okay, well, it's not a requirement. Question might be, I suppose, should it be a requirement, but I'm not getting a strong view on that. Criterion H talks about should locate development in areas within 400 metres of a bus stop. isn't the point that you're going to be implementing bus stops within 400 metres of development, right? Because obviously you could read that and say, well, you're looking at existing bus stops and development can only be within 400 metres of those, but actually that's not what you're proposing. What you're proposing is we're going to be introducing a lot of new bus stops, and they will be serving the new development. So isn't it the other way around? You will be delivering housing within 400 metres of a bus stop rather than expecting development to be within 400 metres of a bus stop. Does that make sense? Although it was an aspiration, you're going to well, so I would read H now. If I was right, I would look at all the bus stops on a map, draw some isochromes of 400 metres around, and say that's where the housing will go. But that's obviously not what's going to happen here. You're going to be identifying new public transport routes and extra services and putting, bus stops along those routes, and then the housing will be within 400 metres of those. But that's going to be driven by the SPD, isn't it? You're going to identify where the housing is going to go, and they will be within 400 metres of a bus stop.
Yes, it probably should say something like should ensure development is situated within 400 metres, rather than locate. Or rather, it could say should. Provide housing in areas that have that are within yes. It's a bit of
would it be? It's not about putting the housing with the bus stop. Sorry, it's about putting the bus stops where the housing is. So it would be ensuring no dwelling is more than 400 metres from a bus stop.
That's exactly. That's much better.
I know it might sound similar, but I think it's a different.
No,
it is a different policy outcome.
That's certainly the aim of the policy.
Yeah, I'm not saying the aspiration is linked in with PL11. There's nothing wrong with the aspiration. It's just make sure the wording is accurate.
Yes.
And K is safeguarding the delivery of a new entrance to railway station to the west. We've talked about that. Other than PL11 talks about, or that might change, but PL11 talks about delivering a new entrance to the railway station to the west, not necessarily just safeguarding. Or talks about delivering improvements to the station, I should say, not. So
does, yes.
Again, that slight difference in emphasis, and which is the correct approach.
Yes, I don't know whether Mr. Smith has any particular knowledge of how safeguarded was, or why safeguarded was used rather than delivery of improvements. But I would say that just as a generality, the overarching requirement is in PL11, and this is an additional aim to ensure the provision of those improvements. Mr. Smith, I don't know whether you have any comments further.
Obviously, site SA 11.1 is the one that abuts the western side of the station, so it provides that opportunity to do it. There is also potential to access the station from land outside of, towards the south of the Berkley ownership, and that western entrance would serve a broader purpose for development in SA 11.1 and SA 11.2, and more generally to be able to access the rural sort of areas around it. So it may well be that this is one of those issues of it's not just the responsibility of this site to implement all of the improvements related to that, but it has got the power to safeguard that physical component of it.
Fair enough. Yep, fair point. Understood. Okay, the point I've got, one more point I've got, is about what this part, or well, this policy has to say about heritage assets that have been, about the heritage assets that have been identified. So in relation to the railway bridge, it talks about, sorry, not the railway bridge, the bridge over the railway, potentially. different issue. It talks about the impact on the setting of the heritage allocations. It doesn't appear to say, unless I'm missed something, anything about. If you look at the RAG rating, the heritage considerations in the other table, it's got Owls Hall Farm, and then within 500 metres, Cascade Farmhouse, so 2 Grade 2 listed buds. It doesn't say anything about those. Now again, PL11 does, not in specific terms, but in general heritage terms, I think. But if it doesn't, you've got other policies which refer to general heritage issues. So, but, in the interests of presumably, the point of these policies is to add a bit of flavour and add a bit of local distinctiveness, dare I say, to the policies. Bear in mind those features exist and are quite important. Should these criteria say anything specific about those settings? And bearing in mind the discussion we had yesterday.
I think the only point I would make, Sarah, is that paragraph D does refer to the provision of open space to buffer the existing farmstead at Owls Hall Farm. So, and to entirely take the point that it doesn't refer to heritage issues, given it's referring to the buffering of the existing farmstead, that certainly can refer to it in the context of heritage in any event.
Yeah. I think going back to sorry to go back again to my thing I did raise yesterday about when I'm thinking about how councils have considered the impact on heritage is that issue it would be less than substantial harm, but we think the benefits are likely to outweigh that harm versus no harm. If it's the former, then I guess the minimise impacts is the crucial word, because in that context you've accepted there might be a degree of harm, but you're seeking to minimise that. So I guess although the minimise impact on the setting of heritage assets in terms of the bridge connection actually would be also relevant to any other form of development. So the buffer might well do that, but there might also be, you could have a buffer but a 10-storey building, so the buffer wouldn't necessarily provide that level of protection.
Yes, I don't think there's any intention that would be the sole way in which there may be mitigation, or indeed that of itself would lead to a necessarily acceptable position, and so minimising the effect on Owls Hall Farm is something that can readily be put into paragraph D, I think.
Yeah, okay, I think that's probably sensible. Yeah, okay. I have no other questions, so on this I'll start on I'll start on that side because it's always starting. So I'll start on this side. So Berkley Homes.
Thank you, sir. To save you an awful lot of time, I'm not going to go through all that's in our matters statements and all that's in the statement of common ground. I will just point you to the statement of common ground, because what we've tried to do there is to present everything with a little bow on it for you in terms of what we think the key areas of disagreement are and what the potential kind of wording is that could begin to solve some of these issues that we have with the soundness of how some of these policy requirements of the SA 11.1 allocation are provided. And I think you've already got the point, sir, around the kind of land and finance for the construction of a 2FE primary school. That indicates that SA 11.1 would finance the whole construction of the school. Plainly, that's not commensurate to the impact of child yield from a development of that size, and the implication is that it's a financial contribution to the primary school, and also there is a question and a potential thing that we want to explore through the SPD around precisely where that primary school goes within the allocation. It won't be moving far from where it's indicatively identified, but it could move slightly outside of that allocation. So we just want the policy wording to reflect that flexibility. We've got the point around must and should for the provision of a, and I'm going to term it a connection across the railway line. And I think that is key to our concerns around what's actually required of SA 11.1 and reflecting the evidence in the IDP as well. So we do fundamentally think that the current requirements at where is it, VI, and then related to that the C and the new road bridge, we don't think that wording is sound and does need modifications, and we've set out a suggested form of wording between us and the council.
I won't say too much. I'll take these away with me. Obviously, I've got these.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
They are quite tortured.
Yeah, I wasn't
So
going to
these
go
phrases.
any further. So I mean, the point is that actually we, as Berkley, we'd be quite happy to see many of these requirements rationalised down to a few words and no more, with the SPD then actually providing the means by which those connections are kind of identified in terms of location and design and form. So I think you've got the point on the connections.
I will say on your G, for example, I'm going to say your G. The G has been agreed. Active travel connection in an area with good public transport accessibility and less an acceptable alternative location for the school has been identified within an SPD master plan framework and can be secured at an appropriate location elsewhere within the Cruise Hill Playlife area. That is not going to be my recommendation, because there's got to be better ways of wording. I understand your objective, but some of these things will not in and of themselves be effective and helpful policies. So they would not. I understand the point. You want maximum flexibility, and I'm not entirely sure the expectation from what I've heard over the last 2 days is the council wants to necessarily straitjacket itself, and it's provided these things can be delivered across the placemaking area, there might be scope for flexibility, but some of this wording is pretty hard to read.
So I think when the way that Berkley have approached it is to undertake microsurgery to the text that's provided to us in the plan and via the council, so as not to rip everything up and start again. It wouldn't have been the place that I would have started from were I writing this policy for myself afresh, I think it's fair to say. So the wording is an evolution of what was there. If your conclusion on the matter is actually it's better to strike through lots of it and start again afresh to get the intention clear. Berkley's position is that as long as it reflects the thrust of what's been agreed, and I think it is agreed around the table between ourselves and the council as to the problems with the way that it's worded, as long as it reflects that thrust and intention, then we're happy. And indeed, so other examinations, we've taken that discussion away and offline with the council where that's been an instruction from the inspector to do so. And of course, there needs to be main modification consultation and everything around that as well. Just to backpedal a bit on the overall scale, and I think you picked up almost the concern that we had, and you articulated it in exactly the same way as we've kind of approached it, which is that where you've got lots of potential requirements that will have land implications within that parcel, and then a requirement to deliver around 800 homes, how that all fitted together and I know that our work seemed to suggest that achieving lots of those kind of competing points would be quite difficult to get to 800. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think the clarification the council have come back, and it's in the statement of common ground, is that the around is not intended to be, again, a straight bracket. That will, of course, come through with the SPD and how things are laid out, and then the kind of implications for density around that. So I think we're a bit more comfortable that it's not intended to act as almost like a target at a development management stage.
Yeah, but on that though, the policy says, we had this discussion last week about the language of approximate estimated housing capacity of 800, and I made the point then about that's edging bets significantly, but I know you're obviously saying you think 650 would be appropriate. Now, clearly, there's work to be done, and if the school was to move into a different plot or parcel and all these things can move around, it might be 800 is perfectly achievable and everything else. I understood that. But on the face of it, you know, if an application for 650, then obviously it might be something the council just have to, you know, it would be up to the council to determine whether that was in line with the, and I'm not entirely sure we're going to keep approximate estimated in terms of clear and unambiguous, but it's very rare for a local plan policy to say that's the number. It's usually around or approximate or opposite, but you know, there's got to be a level of understanding of what that means.
Yes.
You know, without, nobody really specifies it's plus or minus 10% on them. But yeah, there'll be a fair. So 650 versus 800, 150 dwellings, 3 years provision, perhaps. Maybe it's not insignificant. But I think there's a thing for me to go through in terms of how these policies are written, or how these policies are written, to see about how things are going to move around or could move around, and whether it's, as I say, it's perhaps just the nature of splitting up into 6 parcels like this, which is going to cause a bit of added complexity.
Yeah, and then I think that's entirely right, and I think that's where our concern is coming from, which will lead me to my last point, is again just around kind of like the design principles around F and G, is talking about almost kind of locational principles for some of the uses, which are quite specific, and we would quite, again, think the wording around there just needs to reflect that it's, whilst those might be entirely reasonable principles to take forward into an SPD, we wouldn't want the SPD and the master planning processes to be basically straight-jacketed to something that's set out as a policy requirement around making sure or that kind of aligns. I mean, in a sense, approaching it from the other way, we think all of these requirements are basically tied to the illustrative layout at 3.1, figure 3.14. They may be different if you end up moving the school or whatever else. So we just don't want some of those principles to provide a straight-jacket. And I think that's a general principle, probably, that'll run through SA 11.1 insofar as right to SA 11.6. So I'm sure, sir, that is something that you'll want to take away and reflect upon.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So it's a point, isn't it? The council want to come back on, no doubt, about this idea that you've got a process in mind for a master plan, SPD, where a lot of these detailed issues are going to be sorted out, but there are some quite specific requirements. Now, again, sometimes that might be absolutely necessary, because as far as you're concerned, they are, you know, fundamental to have these things. But if they're not fundamental, but in terms of the exact location, or is this wording going to be more harmful and restrictive than you actually want it? So I think, again, it's understanding what is, you know, if your position was no, absolutely, we don't, with all due respect, care what Berkley say. We want the local parade aligned to a new, you know, aligned to a new connection across the railway, and we want the school next to the parade. That's okay. That's understand your position. But if it's, well, actually, we're amenable to, we want all these things, but we're amenable to look at it within the placemaking area and within the broad confines of 3.14. So not sticking it on King's Oak Plain, or not, you know, sticking it in a, you know, middle of the golf course. But you know, it doesn't really matter to us if it's there or there, as long as it's provided. You know, again, it's the unintended consequence policy. I'll let you cogitate on that, musing, while I go to the other side of the room and ask for Mr. Lang.
Yes, thank you. I want to make a very minor point, which may seem a bit insignificant considering the previous discussion, but that relates to the heritage considerations, which in policy 11.1 notes that it's within 500 metres of Cattlegate Farmhouse, Grade 2 listed, which is on the other side of, to the north of the M25. I don't know the exact distance, but it's probably less than 500 metres across the railway line to the Grade 2 and Grade 2 star listed paddocks designated heritage site, which is not noted.
Thank you. I mean, one way around that, of course, is rather than be specific about impact on Howells Gate, Howells Hall. It's very difficult for someone from Derbyshire, as you might have grown to say Howells Hall. We don't like H's. It would be a catch-all to all heritage assets. Would be the.
Yes, that would be acceptable. Yeah, thank you.
That might be a way to you know, negate any concerns. I mean, not your general concerns, I understand, but yeah. Okay, and over 50 someone.
Thank you. Because I'm only going to say this for one of the site allocations, so I'll say the same thing each time, if I may. I'm conscious of talk of repetition, and I think it makes me realise that because provision for older people is not repeated a lot, the policy DMH5, which we talked about this morning, has a huge amount of heavy lifting to do, and I think the site allocations illustrate that. The relevant London plan policies are D7 accessible housing, H13 specialist older people's housing, and H12 supported and specialist accommodation. And I spoke earlier about number of bedrooms and how downsizing for an older person would be 1 or 2 bedrooms. I notice in PL10 some of the site allocations have numbers of bedrooms. I can't find that in any of these site allocations. I'm not familiar with local plans. This is the first one I've ever looked at, and I don't obviously know what's normal. And the last, oh, absolutely. Well, I remember how old I am. I've not got a lot of time. So I'm wondering really whether there should be some indication, some sort of indicative steer about which of the site allocations may or may not be, might or might not be appropriate for older people. And that steer could be given with the sort of general M42 steer about accessible and adaptable, or it could be about a specialised accommodation, such as we see in PL10. Because depending on the phasing, which has been spoken about a lot, when the adjustments and improvements to the station, the buses, the bus stops, when the community infrastructure, when the social infrastructure, all gets introduced, that will determine which of the sites is most appropriate for older people. And I, on behalf of the over 50s, I don't get any steer on that. Some of the sites will be inappropriate because of the hilliness and all of that sort of thing, as is PL10 as well. The gradients, whether or not it's suitable for, reasonable amounts of active travel for people who get older, and so on and so forth. I think I've probably said enough about that, if it's clear. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, because there's a again, thinking through the links between PL11 and the, if you like, subsidiary policies. There is that reference in PL11 to providing specialist accommodation, and so the question with the House is, would it be logical, particularly if it is, and we'll obviously pick up this in a couple of weeks, if there's the same kind of approach in Chase Park to actually provide, guidance, and it may be a negative, as in these areas are not suitable for the reasons you said, topography or such and such, for special accommodation. We would expect to see special accommodation located in a particular area or not, or even PL11, in determining where specialist accommodation might go, we will have regard to the following issues. I don't know, it's a point. I'm just trying to flesh out that point a little bit, but thank you for that. So anything you want to say, obviously, first about Berkley's positions on I guess, flexibility and straitjackets and things?
Yes, so just on that, I think there was some reference to some of the specific criteria, and E and F was flagged up. I think perhaps in conversation with you, F and G perhaps it is. F, yes, exactly so, F and G, thank you. In relation to, could I just check something before I say anything? Yes. If one's looking at F, there's no proposal for change on the council's part with regard to that, and it's clear that that should remain as it is. With regard to G, the proposed change has been identified, and so you've made your observations on it. But as a generality, should there be more flexibility than has been set out here? There already is flexibility in any event through the SPD process. This sets out the objectives. They've been thought about and led to these conclusions. Trying to add in more flexibility is unnecessary and indeed may lead to the watering down of some of the objectives that are contained within the design principles and infrastructure requirements. That's the first point. Second point is on older persons' housing and as to whether or not there should be an identification of specific numbers or the appropriateness in a particular location. There's a positive policy in favour of that provision within PL11, and that should be the overarching objective, and there shouldn't then be a further specification, because that will have the effect of preempting the judgments that are ultimately going to be made both through the SPD and individual planning applications.
Okay, well, it's been pointed out to me that there might be a slightly different approach elsewhere. So when we've considered that, I can look back at this discussion and see if there's any correlation there.
I was going to say, so there are some allocations, I think, that do make reference to specific numbers, but we'll come to those eventually.
Suppose when we get to those, we can see why that is the case, and then if the same or similar principles apply here, then that might be something I'd say consider. So, just on the point about flexibility and not needing any more, the flexibility is built into the SPD process. Yeah, but of course these are development management policies, aren't they? So and this is where it gets very complicated, doesn't it? Because you've got a policy in PL11 which says development should follow the SPD and the master plan. You were going to put all this extra work into really bottom things out. We want to make sure it delivers all of these good things, which is okay. And a plan application comes in, and it doesn't necessarily have a new primary school in close proximity to the local parade and public transport corridor because you've decided through everything else that it doesn't need to go there and it's actually better located somewhere else. It is then actually in conflict with this policy. You might say, so what? But you know, it is in conflict with this policy. Now, if it was in part 1 of PL 11, I could kind of see, well, this is where visions and things, but if it's in part 2 of PL 11 or here, this is where you're really saying these are our development management policies. This is what we're expecting. So I'm not sure it quite works to say, well, the SPD is the place for the flexibility because either this is still driving the SPD. So I take the point F, you're actually quite clear. That's where you want F to works. But if G is more open, then the SPD needs to follow this, doesn't it, as well? I suppose that's the point. So it's all chicken and egg and quite messy in some respects. This is how things work, but it's quite difficult to know what is open to change and what's not open to change.
So when I referred to flexibility, I wasn't suggesting that where it's already said what will happen, that somehow the SPD is going to then change that overarching point. My observation on flexibility was that to the extent that there does need to be flexibility around any particular issue beyond what's set out in these development management policies, that's where it can be contained. And indeed, the flexibility I also referred to in the context of Ms. Pite's point also applies that, as appropriate, it may be then indicated that a particular location should be considered on a site for the delivery of a particular kind of housing.
Okay, I'll try and have the rest of the conversation with all this in mind, you know, and I'll again go back and cogitate on it so we don't end up trying to cover the same issues too much. Any more points on 11.1 before I move on to 11.2? Thank you. Okay, 11.2. I did have my initial scribble here on my notes was that the inset map wasn't very clear because there's a kind of blue line goes down the western edge, and you know, I take it that 11.2 from the from context and everything else, 11.2 is covering the entire area of the golf course and Kings Oak Plain. So fine. It's quite tricky. I think there are some suggested modifications about inset maps and things on this, which eventually, obviously, there will be a need to get some element of consistency. Just looking at the inset map, I don't think, because of the area which is, you know, the green with the crosses in it, isn't in your key, but I'm assuming that's supposed to be a sink. That's the sink. No indication in this, of course, about where in the sink development might take place, but we'll worry about that if we need to when we get through the wording. But when we go, again, it might be something to think about when we go back to looking at how the wording on biodiversity has been addressed, and obviously it might all come out of the wash if boundaries change, you know, what the inset map says about all of this. But anyway, so this is 200 homes. Again, obviously very low density in terms of the overall plot size. You know, 200 homes versus 77 hectares, that's very, very low. Take the point, we've already discussed this about reflecting the environmental constraints. Is there anything more to say about that? Have we done that to death, really, in terms of the extent of development and you know, whether this is, you know, whether you could deliver 200 dwellings even without causing unacceptable harm?
Yes, sir. I should have referred to this earlier. In terms of what the spatial framework document PLA 3, there is actually a page in there that relates the net areas and the densities to those plot areas for your ease of reference as to what kind of densities on what the net areas assumed are for development, and that is page 101 in PLA 3, which you'll see when you are to look at that, you'll see how that excludes areas of green space and align with some of the other evidence-based documents. So on SA 11.2, the area that's identified for development corresponds with the sink study and that area of the lowest ecological value, so you can clearly reference the two together.
So just looking at, so yeah, fine, scale. Again, just a general point going through this, it'll always be for me to look at, you know, whether the numbers tally with your vision and so on, but I can do that by, thank you, reference to PLA 3. Clearly, after these sessions, if I have any further questions, I can put them to you, and we can then get other people to comment when I've had the response, but if need be. Same goes for any notes you provide me. In terms of infrastructure requirements, very similar to what was in the last one, but here on 4, we have must contribute to the off-site construction of a two-form-entry primary school and secondary school. So it is presumably this is talking primarily. This is going back to the equalisation, or, you know, Joe, was it fair and reasonable sharing of contributions, whatever formal words it was. Just is there a suggested modification to this? I don't think there is. It's a bit more about the capacity. So, fine, there's no expectation that the school might go in this area. And then must provide land for and contribute towards funding for a new pedestrian and public transport bridge over the railway. Again, we've discussed this ad nauseum. I imagine 5 will, again, falls into the same category of needing some changes to reflect what we've discussed.
It does, although it's important to flag on this one, this is the southern connection, not the same as the one from 11.1, and actually the wording should not have the public transport element to it. This should be very clearly as the active travel only.
Okay, that's important, thank you. So it's obviously a change there, whatever, because it's clearly inaccurate, so thank you. Talked a lot about development on the sink, you know, the principle of that. I don't necessarily want to go over all that again. You know, I've got to obviously go and think about it. We've talked about it a lot. And here it does say must limit development to areas of lowest ecological value to the north of the site. So again, that at least is, if the changes are made to PA 11, that would at least bring some element of consistency there, and at least this is clear. I would probably, again, whether it's must limit development to areas of low ecological value than lowest, but if we are indeed going, if you're going to go down that route. B, must retain existing trees and compensate for habitat loss within the wider sink. Fine. By enhancing, well, not necessarily fine, but by enhancing retained habitats. And then we have this kind of caveat, subject to soil sampling and biodiversity net gain assessment. What's the purpose of that, necessarily?
So I'll check the sink study. I anticipate that it's responding to something within that. So I'll come back to you if I may on that.
Okay. I mean, there's a general point. I don't think you may not have answered this because it obviously depends, but clearly you're expecting 20% net gain at the moment, at least, biodiversity net gain. If you're delivering, and it's a point probably I should have made earlier, but it's just occurred to me, if you're delivering development on an area of biodiversity value, even if it's at the lower end of that, then obviously that's going to make delivering the biodiversity net gain more difficult. So have you actually assessed the the ability to deliver such levels of gain? Or is it a policy aspiration only and no real assessment?
There's not a detailed site-specific assessment, but the viability work had included the cost assumptions for reaching that target.
Okay.
So I was going to make a point on this criteria, if I may, and it relates back to some of the discussion earlier on in the day around the protection of King's Oak Plain. This criteria here may actually address part of that issue, because King's Oak Plain has recently been heavily planted with woodland through the community activities. So this criteria sort of leads to that retention, must retain trees on this part of the site. So I think that's just a relevant factor in the consideration, notwithstanding what was said earlier around your points around how King's Oak Plain is referenced and protected from development, but that is a relevant factor.
Okay. I mean, there was a question I asked earlier about, in PL11 context, was about, and I think it was a point that was made on this side of the room about, there's nothing specific in PL11 at the moment that says, we're not expecting delivery on King's Oak Plain. We're not expecting delivery on large areas of the golf course. And in terms of SA 11.2, that's relevant to these areas. There's other issues as well elsewhere. I guess if I was to conclude that was something that would be necessary to be sound, then it could either go in PL11 or it could go in here, couldn't it, and be specific here about, and give, again, in terms of local a bit of flavour of local distinctiveness for this area. That would be the appropriate place, if I consider it necessary, to highlight that, to make it absolutely clear. Moot point, of course, if the greenbelt boundary changes, perhaps, but okay. Everything else, so A and B are musts. This is where I wouldn't say I get too much in this, but should deliver a new public park, should restore the watercourse along Turkey Brook, should expand the existing active travel network, should align streets to the existing contours. These all sound like musts, or at least in my, in terms of, I'm not saying they should, in terms of what we've been discussing over the last couple of days and what you're expecting, they do sound a bit musty than shouldy. Is that fair?
Agreed, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps make a note of those then. And in the other final point I've got on this is flooding. Again, it might be that you say, well, you don't need to refer to it specifically because it's in PL11 and other policies besides. But I think I'm right in saying that, yeah, well, the table on the other side does talk about the area being in flood zone 1 to 3. So elements of 2 and 3, and I think the flood risk topic paper and sequential test do back that up, I think. But obviously there's no mention of that, again, in this part. Now, you may argue, again, going back to what you said about SA 11.0, so you don't really need to, but I just thought I'd flag it up.
Sorry, sir. Yes, I think that's right. It wouldn't need to be because, at least insofar as the strategic assessment is undertaken or has looked at this, there's no need to develop out on any of those areas that are subject of the flood zones, so the important flood zones. So there wouldn't need to be a protective element in that sense. And in any event, it would have to be, one would have to look at, when one comes to the application itself, one would have to look at the flood zone or the flooding implications in any event. So.
Okay. Okay, any comments on
Ready for-
11.2?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. 2 points. Point A talks about building on fairways and greens, which of course would penetrate deep into the golf course, throughout the golf course. So would really fragment the sink. Second point, you asked yesterday about the lease, so I checked last night, and the current golf club have a no-break commercial lease until 2052, which they are in no mind to break, partly because it's a viable club and also because it's a heritage course that was designed in 1909 by someone famous who I'd never heard of. But if you're into golf course design, maybe you know him. So, so it'd be yet another site that CPO powers would have to be invoked for. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll pick that. Hopefully we'll get onto it today. I'll pick up on delivery. We will. In fact, I'm confident we will get onto it today, even if we're here till we have to have supper delivered. But the point about, so again, thanks for picking this up, because if you get to the sort of end of the first line of A, it very much reflects what we've been talking about in terms of lowest ecological value and so on. But then, yes, you're right, it does then go on and qualifies this on areas of heavily managed grassland, such as fairways and greens, which isn't necessarily, I take your point, isn't that's throughout the golf course as a whole, presumably, unless it's a golf course with no fairways or greens, which is unlikely. So, again, would you say, in terms of the context of the discussion we've been having over the last couple of days, that reference to areas of heavily managed grassland, such as fairways and greens, is not actually accurate?
I'll leave this for Mr. Smith, but I don't think it is necessarily inaccurate. It's just that it's dealing with those areas to the north, and where it talks about on areas of built form, on areas with the highest level of disturbance, and on areas of heavily managed grassland such as fairways and greens, that's in the context, i.e. that's almost in brackets of the north.
Okay, right, okay, well, yeah.
So it can say to the north of the site and then put in brackets on areas and then close brackets after greens.
Yeah, I think it could. I think it's yeah. From our point of view, it's the unambiguous point of view, because I think you could read that as saying value to the north on areas of built form, on areas of the highest levels of disturbance present. Highest levels of disturbance present, as they're two separate things, if you like, and on areas of heavily managed grassland. It could be anywhere. So it's not. I think you could read it in both ways. That it's very much about. This is all relates to those areas within the north of the site, but actually you could also read it as these are 3 bullets, yes. Or it's.
As I say, so if one after of the site put a bracket beginning on areas and closes it up, one closes it after greens, then that makes it clearer that it's in the north.
Thank you. Yeah, I will.
So I'm not going to comment at this stage on.
I think we'll put a pin in the lease, because I think it comes on to my general point about is it going to be deliverable. Over 50s forum. Yes.
Thank you, and my apologies because I said I wouldn't say any more. I do have to feed back obviously to the other trustees, and I realise I didn't fully understand Mr. Reid's answer. May I? We're looking at 11.2, 200 new homes with, in the future, hearing possible adjustments to DMH5. That would mean 20 wheelchair accessible homes and 180 accessible and adaptable homes. It doesn't give any idea about bedrooms and whether they're appropriate for older people. Neither does it give any information about much more specialist accommodation, care homes, not just for older people, all sorts of specialist and supported accommodation. And I felt Mr. Reid had given an answer to that, but I missed the beginning of the sentence, so I don't know where to look for comfort.
Take your point. Obviously, it's not best one in the world. The exercise is for me, not to satisfy your needs, to satisfy my needs. I've got an answer. You reiterated the point.
Yeah.
I've got the point. I don't really necessarily. Don't necessarily want Mr. Reid to reiterate his answer to that, because it's obviously this is all for my benefit, the best one in the world. So apologies, but I'm going to.
No, it's fine.
Not
Keep
take
going.
That. And we have got another opportunity to pick this up anyway on the DM5, because or DM whichever DMH5. So there'll be chances to deal with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Any other points? Now I'm going to move on then to essay. And obviously, a lot of essay 11.2 relates to things we've talked about a lot over the last couple of days. So it's not just those points. There are other things besides that I have to go away and think about. 11.3. We'll do 11.3. We'll have a quick break and then see where we are. 11.3 is the other side of the railway line. It's the northern part. So again, an area that's partially covered by sink. I'm probably not going to go again too much into that. We've talked about that and the justification for that a lot, so I don't want to talk about that again. Most of this policy, I think it was just a point of principle. I think looking at this, apart from a few examples, most of this is shoulds rather than musts. So, but again, we'll perhaps, maybe some of these things are almost E, for example, should limit any development in the Glasgow stud sink. Notwithstanding Ray Franklin's views on sink, I'm not going to, should limit any development within Glasgow sinks to the western fields and lost habitat should be compensated for. Well, that's surely a must, just by principle of what we've been talking about. So things of that nature, maybe I'll issue an instruction to say, for the council to look at all these things, suggest modifications to me, and then I'll see what's necessary just to be easy. There's 700 homes in this plot with 440 in the plan period. Although I note you've suggested a main mod which reduces 300. But we'll probably cover that in delivery issues about why is there any particular reason for that, or does it particularly matter, as long as it's what the overall number is. I think the main point on scale is it's obviously another constrained site. You've got a sink, you've got flood zones, you've got heritage assets. So 700. The question is 700 dwellings reasonable and realistic in light of these constraints. My assumption is you're going to point me to PLA 3 and page 101 or thereabouts, so perhaps don't need to, again, for me, preempting your answer. I can go away and obviously look at that. I mean, also the point I made earlier about whether it would actually fit in with the vision, and I can come back with some more questions if I'm not satisfied. Criterion A, sorry, I think on the infrastructure requirements, it's all familiar, so I'm not going to go through all that. There may be some modifications required, like to V, for example, again, to bring all these things into line, but I don't need to labour that point. I'm sure, again, we'll are mindful of that now. But all the other, it's very much a familiar pattern of what it is about. Talking about schools, talking about public transport, etc. So I have nothing more to say about those. But criterion A refers to must be comprehensive developed to a master planned approach to avoid piecemeal development and ensure delivery of a network of streets, avoiding cul-de-sacs. Cul-de-sac is the plural of cul-de-sac. Sorry to be very, very pedantic about that. Sorry. Absolutely unnecessary comment. But is that particular to this point? Because obviously this is a general point about this is obviously a thing that runs through P11 about comprehensive master. Is there a particular issue that, again, the locally distinctive element here, is this saying something more than PL11, or I just want to understand, is it like a specific issue about 11.3 which requires even a particular emphasis on master planning?
Yes, the council consider it does, because it's SA 11.3 obviously runs behind the cattle gate road area, which would be subject to comprehensive development. So it's to make sure that development on SA 11.3 does connect well into that other area, as it's a backland kind of area. So it's considered that it requires that extra emphasis.
Okay. B, I think, is the same. We've already, the criterion B is the same as what's in criterion 11.1. So again, if any changes are needed there, they'll no doubt flow through. But the point, I guess, is the same point, that you've assessed potential harm. You assume there's going to be some potential harm. The minimise is appropriate in those circumstances. I don't need to go through that again. There is, I think, as I say, E maybe should limit any development within the Glasgow stud sink. Again, is whether the language that's been used elsewhere about the golf course, for example, it talks about low ecological value and so on, so forth, is more appropriate language than that, again, for consistency and what we've been discussing. I don't know. Question?
I think the council would agree, yes, consistency of language is the same treatment would be appropriate.
Thank you. So I think E would be a must. Should locate higher density development towards the south of the site. Probably is a should, in fairness, but again, I'd take you back. So the logical presumption is that the south of the site, but where the higher or best areas of public transport accessibility will be, because that will figure back into PL 11. So again, might go without saying, but it could be should locate higher density development towards the south of the site where, or should locate development where the best access to public transport is, because that's what PL 11 says. So perhaps there are two E's. Not three. There are two E's. So yeah, the second E.
No D.
Yeah, well, there you go. So these things happen. So so the second E, I think, should perhaps reflect what PL 11 says about higher density. About where higher density and public transport accessibility and all of those areas that it talks about.
Yes, the only, not wanting to complicate it further, but there is also south of the site gives you greater access to the services and facilities that will be in the main centre of the site on Cattlegate Road. So it's public transport accessibility and access to services and facilities.
It's probably the wording, and I can't remember the criteria number. There is a wording. There's the two criteria about that in PL 11. The first one's quite broad, and the second one's a bit more drills down. I suppose it's more akin to that wording, isn't it? Local parades and things. F is about ensuring the in development, new public transport route and new infrastructure maintains a sense of approach to the main house and green space around the historic assets of the paddocks. I suggest what we talk again, it maintains the sense of approach is a nice thing, but it's not an outcome in terms of policy on heritage. So you are minimising, presumably either avoiding or minimising the impact on the significance of the Grade 2 paddocks, I would say. G interesting, because G is a bit different. We had a debate about this already, but it's a different wording again to what was coming up earlier, which was, I think, something like development should be within 400 metres of a bus stop. This is should limit development to within areas of 400. So it's a bit chicken and eggy again about, you know, because you're driving where the bus stops are going to be, and you're driving where the development's going to go. So you're not going to put development is not going to go where it can't be accessed by public transport, because that's your aspiration, isn't it, to have development within 400 metres of a bus stop. So it shouldn't really fail that. But again, maybe it'll be whatever clever wording I came up with about 20 minutes ago, which I've already forgotten, would be the actually what you're trying to achieve. Yeah. So main mod for that, I think, or suggested modification of that. And then I have nothing on H. Again, I think similar point applies to flooding. I think it just again between flood zone 1 and 3, but I just flag it as I've noted it, but I've noted your earlier comments, so nothing else. I have nothing else to say about that. I'll take that answer on board. So everything from me. Ray Franklin Trust, thank you.
Very quickly, I'm not sure how much you want to know about this, but on that site, not on the Glasgow stud-owned site, but the listed barn has been demolished, and the rest of the site is substantially redeveloped unlawfully. It's been part of it, one part of it is with a £2.5 million loan, just to give you some sort of idea of where we're coming from. I'm just really mentioning it for delivery purposes.
So in the heritage considerations table, it talks about the 2 barns. One's gone. Okay, right. Okay, right. I think actually it's a good general. I mean, obviously any discussion of unauthorised is nothing to do with me, and if the barn's gone, it's gone. But I suppose when we talk, well, I've just mentioned a potential main mod about the sense of approach and the mitigation to heritage assets is actually, it refers specifically to the heritage asset of the paddocks. Just as I said about the last one about, you know, there might be other, it's probably as well to be in including the paddocks or include, you know, heritage assets, so it's not only specific to one, particularly if the table refers to more. Again, I think it's just a rule of thumb. Okay, thank you. Did you have any other points? Okay, thank you. Any points from your side? No, okay, so 10 to 4. We'll have a 15-minute break, come back at 4:05. We're halfway through. Obviously, we're getting through these quite quick now because everything's fairly similar. And then we'll talk about, so get these through as quickly as possible, get through delivery, see where we are 5:30, and hopefully we're not going to be too far from the end. So thank you, everyone. So come back at 4:05. Thank you. We got to SA 11.4.
Raise one point, please, before we go on to 11.4, just as a light interlude. And that is the issue of most versatile land and the assessment. The options that are available to the council are either to undertake a full-scale assessment of its area for the purposes of identifying 3A land and 3B land. 3A being the operative category, which of course is both time-consuming and costly. The second issue, though, or rather the second approach, is to use the DEFRA likelihood assessments, which set out the areas that are either have a high likelihood, a moderate likelihood, or a low likelihood of being BMV land. And we've looked at that and seen that for the most part, Cruise Hill is either identified as urban stroke industrial and therefore irrelevant to the categorisation, or at a low likelihood, apart from one small corridor which passes on the western side of the railway line, incorporating largely the golf course site and some smaller parcel of 11.1. What the council would like to take as an approach is to rely upon the DEFRA analysis, because it provides sufficient certainty for the purposes of decision making. Of course, that is something that will be subject to, say, you being dissatisfied about, in which case the council will adopt a different approach. But we wanted to raise that with you at this stage because of the obvious cost consequences of taking a more detailed approach. We think it's a proportionate approach in the light of the conclusions that we're seeing from the DEFRA assessment, but that's where we are. So I don't ask for an answer now. I'm simply flagging it up, and we also know that it's somewhat presumptuous to ask you to give an indication of that, for which we apologise, but it's the cost issue that is relevant to that, and time for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously time is also a factor because of the Pennycook letter as well. Okay, well, yeah, clearly I will take that away with me and come back to you if need be.
I was going to say, so that we can certainly provide you with the DEFRA drawings which show the areas, and then you can perhaps see in more detail. Yeah,
I mean, maybe, yes. I think, yeah. In terms of I think we can add that as an action.
Yeah.
In the first instance, because obviously I can review that information and see how, and it helped me decide whether I think any further information is necessary. So I think there could be an action to provide that. I'm just thinking we might just need a discussion, maybe an offline through Annette, about how best to provide me with all this stuff. Is it rather than lots of individual pieces of paper versus a sort of compendium of actions from week 1, actions from week 2, where it's all put together in one place, and it's just A to track stuff, but also, and for interested party to track stuff, but also just so it's not all coming piecemeal, because that gets very tricky during an examination when it's all coming ad hoc. Obviously that information would be useful before we talk about Chase Park, because it'll probably come up again, at least as a matter of principle. And if need be, I can talk about it then as well. But having that map in the first place would be helpful.
Will do.
It's interesting if you say it includes part of the golf course.
Yes, I know.
Hey ho, these are generalised maps,
Quite.
aren't they? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'll come back to that at some point in the future, but we'll move on to SA 11.4, land north and south of Castlegate Road. Again, quite a lot of shoulds rather than musts. I think I'm not going to labour that. Again, we've talked about that quite a lot, and you probably get an indication of where you think there should be shoulds and musts, and I no doubt issue an action for you to come out where I think it is. If we pick up something I think is particularly crucial, I will. This is the policy seeks 2,250 dwellings on just under 40 hectares. Sort of gross density is actually already quite high, 50, well not high, but higher than some of the others. It's over 50 dwellings per hectare. But then you have got public open space, formal play and pitch provision, should incorporate a new local centre and so on. So there are some other requirements there which would obviously push the density that bit higher. So again, is 2.5, well 2,000, I know and the plan period is 1,000 in the plan period, but 2,250 a realistic figure there. Again, just I'll pick out, you're going to point me to PLR3, so unless there's anything more you want to say about that, I'll take that as the answer.
That's the main point, sir. But obviously there are less of the non-residential sort of land take here. There's sort of some public realm, and the improvements are on Castlegate Road, but not the same level of open space that's provided in the more peripheral sites.
But there's no, I mean, in terms of delivering 2,250 dwellings there, there's no, it's still the mix. It still envisages the same mix as might be everywhere else, and variety even of house types that fits in with PL11.
It does so, although this being the most intensively developed part of the site, given its access to the station and the main road through there, it is a higher density scheme, and the higher density does have a slightly different mix to the lower density schemes, the types of properties that can be accommodated there, and that is all covered through the PLA3 analysis of density typologies.
So how does that fit in then to the overall vision and the Greenbelt release issues of more family housing and so on? Is there any divergence, inconsistency, contradiction in those terms?
So, Mr. Smith will no doubt answer this in part, but it's not inconsistent in that there needs to be the delivery of housing, and the areas that are within that less central zone, 11.1 for example, has a greater ability to provide that family housing. So when looked at as a whole, it will deliver what is being sought under PL 11, but the allocation divides up its various parcels in the way that Mr. Smith's identified.
This is obviously an area where the vast majority of existing uses, the vast majority of the area is existing uses rather than necessarily where the vast majority of the existing uses are. So that will come on to matters of delivery, no doubt, so just plug that. Note it does include the existing housing estate. Is that purely because it had to go somewhere? And so, because there's no proposals for that, is there? No. Just...
Yes, no proposals for the redevelopment of the Rosewood Drive.
Yeah, there's no, just assumed it just had to, you find a place for it again. Okay.
Sir, if I may, on the mix of housing point that you raised as Mr. Reid set out there, the nature of the sort of size units across the site does vary depending on which site allocation it is, and therefore what is the appropriate typology of housing. You can get a sense of that and understand the approach in PLA3. There's a capacity trajectory for each of the site allocations, which shows the split by bedrooms across each of the site allocation areas on pages 115 and 116, which indicates that this area in particular would have the lowest proportion of the family housing, but that is due to its ability to accommodate higher density housing and different types of housing. But the overall total, as Mr. Reid said, is the overall across all of the site allocation areas, and that is all assessed and set out clearly in PLA3.
Thanks. Just, I always where to ask this question, here or delivery, but as we're talking about it, the constraint, that only around 50% of the dwellings would be delivered in the plan period, is that due to land assembly issues or viability issues, or both?
It's recognised it will take some time to bring forward all of these plots in a comprehensive manner. So yes, it's assumed that it will start later in the plan period.
Okay. Most of what is in these criteria are things that we've already talked about, so I'm not necessarily going to pick up on most of them. We know where there might be areas where things need to change to ensure consistency. I noticed criterion 2 in the infrastructure requirements must deliver a new local centre along Cattlegate Road. So going back to the discussions earlier about flexibility, I'm assuming that's a definite. You know, you want a new centre on Cattlegate Road, so it's not a, it could go somewhere else. That's a driving the SPD, I guess. So that's fine. I do note that criterion B says must provide a new mixed-use local centre located primarily to the east of the station on Cattlegate Road. You know, exactly the same requirement, just a different way. That, you know, insofar as it's problematic, must deliver a new local centre on Cattlegate Road. That's quite general, somewhere along Cattlegate Road. Then you have a must provide a new mixed-use local centre located primarily to the east of the station on Cattlegate Road. So it's very, again, much more specific. So, which is it? Because those are two, arguably could be interpreted two different ways. Cattlegate Road's quite a long road, isn't it? So if you followed 2, that could be anywhere along there. If you follow B, it's drilling it down even more. I'm going to assume it's B is really what you want, because that's where you've got the more specificity.
Yes, indeed. So and it should probably be combined with C, actually, because it's related to obviously the station and a focus of activity around that hub on that part of Cattlegate Road.
Have you any views that haven't already been expressed about the soundness issues of the relationship between 2 and B and C, but particularly 2 and B? Can they happily coexist together without causing any soundness problems, or would a change be needed?
They can. B and C are obviously complementary, so they can remain. It's really about the need for 2 at all in the light of how we have interpreted or how we've indicated the infrastructure requirement element, the design principle element should be interpreted, namely all as development management elements. So it's repetitious and doesn't necessarily need to be there.
I think it's, you know, repetition plus slightly different message. So I would say yes. 2. One of them needs to go, so 2 yes. needs to go.
Yes, exactly.
So I think a part explanation could be obviously the distinction between infrastructure and design here, and the attempt to recognise that local centre as a piece of infrastructure for a community is important, whereas the design principle tries to flesh that out a bit more in terms of how it plays a role in placemaking. So that's partly why it's covered in 2. I understand it's repetition, but there was an intent to try and address those 2 components.
I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the policies have been written. It's not just a criticism; it's just a feature. Have been written from like looking at it from a certain perspective of the ends. So you end up with saying lots of things because it's rather than saying a local centre will provide this benefit in terms of transport, design, community. You've gone, you know, it's looked at it from the headings. So design, local centre, transport, local centre, community, infrastructure, local centres. It just ends up getting, but the more you obviously repeat yourselves, the more likely as you're going to end up with inconsistency, and the more likely inconsistency is going to be a soundness issue, because it's going to cause you problems. And someone like me is going to come along and point them out. But fine. Criterion L, because most of the other things are, I assume criterion A, we talked about that in terms of the last parcel. There was a specific reason for wanting a master plan, so I'm saying it's the same reasoning. We've got, should create a series of new yard typologies. Okay, that comes from PLA 3, no doubt. Should create a new town centre ground floor frontage along Cathgate Road. Well, that relates back to C and, B and C. Should provide a mix of typologies. Sorry, actually. So D should create a series of new yard typologies set back from Cattlegate Road to create public spaces protected from the traffic along Cattlegate Road. It's quite specific, but okay, at least it's clear. F should provide a mix of typologies including courtyard blocks and mansion blocks. Lower density typology should create a transition to the residential area to the south, creating a back-to-back relationship with existing houses. So can you see So what typology, if I, you know, is that, are they complementing each other, those two criteria?
So I think they are, insofar as the new yard is something that's been looked at as part of the design approach. And I'm just checking. And it's come from PLA 3, page 100, which talks about Cattlegate Road taking the form of small yards step back from the road, which is to be distinguished from the courtyards, all the courtyard blocks.
Okay. Okay. So G is, we're familiar about where high densities to the western end of Cattlegate Road around the existing railway station and presumably the new local centre, because that's what all the other policies refer to, high densities around the local centre. So would that be a change to reflect reality, you know, reflect where you're going? Yep. Yes. So G. And I come back to, sorry, it might sound bad, but this is about effectiveness. This is obviously about the policy achieving what the council wants it to achieve, and you know, so it doesn't say what you want to achieve. L, the other things but L could encourage incremental intensification of the existing residential area through the production of a design code, facilitate the creation of a new north to south pedestrian routes where possible. So just could So could encourage incremental intensification. That's a policy. Through the production of a design code, you wouldn't necessarily need a design code to encourage incremental intensification. That could be just what you seek to achieve. The design code is again, process. You might, but it's not a policy. And then facilitating the creation of a new north to south pedestrian routes where possible. That's again not, you don't need a design code for that. Presumably that's just something you can deliver through active travel and all the other criteria. So is the reference to a design code there somewhat superfluous? Not least because you've got all the other policies where you talk about design codes.
Yes, I think it is.
So yeah. Good. Flooding, a highlight again. I'm not going to say you've answered your question to that. The land use requirement table refers to formal playing pitch provision. That's presumably just again part of the standard. Is that part of a standard, what your general requirement would be? New open spaces to meet the housing requirement, or is it specific? Is there something specific there that's been factored into costs and stuff?
No, it's just contributing to the general requirement, and it's whether that it's the intent that would be integrated in some of those public squares typology. So it's an element of playing pitch and provision. It's not necessarily lots of sports pitches, because this is an area, as I said earlier, that is intended for a more intense development.
Okay, understood. Okay. Okay, any comments on 11.4? Thank you. Yep. Roadwatch?
Yes, 314 along that orange strip commercial, it says, potential relocation of garden centres, and I know this has been brought up before, but I don't see how those practically can be relocated. I mean, one of them in particular has got acres of polytunnels where they produce their own plants there. So I just wonder how that could be addressed. Is it effective in that way?
Yeah, actually, notwithstanding what it might say in PA 11, there's no reference to that in 11. Or is there a reference to 11.4, and I've just skirted over it.
I think the distinction is that what the local centre frontage is identified in the dark, in the in the burnt orange, which is at the top of the key, and then commercial, potential relocation of garden centres is then identified in orange.
So, so there's two tiny blobs,
Yes.
three tiny blobs.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, there might be others, actually, a few dots around. So it's just, so that, right, okay. So the line that runs through the middle of 11.4 is not where the relocation
That's
is
the
going to
local
be.
centre frontage.
Right. So the question of whether or not you can relocate the existing businesses is more of a delivery issue, really, isn't it? It comes back down to, it's not about the vision there, it's more about if you can't, gaining control of the land and then suitably relocating. Does relocation have to take place, people are going to jump up and down, does relocation have to take place within PL11? If it were to happen, is that?
No, it doesn't necessarily have to. There's flexibility as to whether those uses can either be integrated into that local centre, they may well, or whether they need to be sited elsewhere within the area, or whether they're to be resited beyond the placemaking area.
So overall, I suppose if there's a very significant amount of land currently given over to horticultural, if you like, uses. I did note when I was obviously visiting, there's some of those buildings are no longer just, there's obviously other uses that have gone into those over time. But the amount of land identified within their 3.14 for those potential relocations is actually significantly smaller, isn't it? So notwithstanding what we've all been talking about, the SPD, there's obviously going to be a reduction. That's you've come to the placemaking vision with the assumption there's going to be certainly within the area, even if some relocate outside the area, you've taken that into account in your vision. And I did pick this up really at the start when I said, have you taken account of the loss of employment as well? The answer was yes. It's all been done. It's deliberate, effectively.
Yes.
As you say, we discussed it earlier. We recognise there's a transformation of this area, where possible, to integrate some of those uses, but to deliver the broader ambition here, it is a transformation.
Mr. Latton.
Yes, I'd just like to refer back to design principle J, which says it should facilitate configuration of Cattlegate Road to create a segregated cycle route along its length. Now, Cattlegate Road actually runs quite a long way from the junction of Burnt Farm Ride right past the site and up towards Cuffley. I'm not entirely sure, though, how effective this policy would be, because it passes under the railway bridge, which is very narrow at that point. And beyond the railway to the west, the land is very much lined with mature trees and hedgerows. So creating a segregated cycle lane could prove to be difficult.
Thank you. And there's some, again, I can't remember if it was today or yesterday, I was told that, not all these routes have to be segregated, and I think the narrowness of the railway bridge was referred to, and it might be possible, and there might be ways around, alternatives to segregation would also be, it doesn't necessarily have to be on Catholic Road, or there might be other options. So again, does that criterion J sort of again chime with what the actual vision and expectation is?
Well, the aim, sir, is as is stated, which is to create that. In the event that it isn't possible to create that, as Mr. Cole said yesterday, there are ways consistent with LTN 120 to achieve a safe cycling route, including reduction in speed limits. So there may, if there are any particular difficulties, they're difficulties that are through the usual development management procedures, ways to justify diversion from the aim, or the requirement rather. But as to the feasibility in any event, so I'm going to have to, if I may, come back to you on that overnight, because I wouldn't want it to be thought that in some way that it is accepted that Mr. Lack's observation is right. I'm not saying that he is wrong in what he's saying about there being a deal of length to Cattlegate Road, and that may not prove feasible in respect of the whole of the length, but it may be that the segregation was envisaged in respect of only part of Cattlegate Road that's relevant for the purposes of delivery of Cruise Hill. And it's that I want to get some clarity on. So.
Okay. Okay, let's add that to the list. Sorry. I'm obviously always mindful that the development, again, Section 38(6) allows for deviation from the development plan where material considerations indicate it should or could. But the starting point, obviously, from having an effective policy and justified policy is that it's obviously likely. So I suppose if it's not feasible, then there's no point putting it in the policy as a requirement, although albeit it's a should. But even if it's not technically possible to do it, then it shouldn't even be should. But it may well be it's more about, again, the aim, isn't it, is about improving cycle. It's about ensuring development in 11.4 makes improvements to cycle connectivity and so on and so forth. It might not need to specify a segregated cycle route along its length, because again, it's not that's not the key thing. And if there are alternatives to achieve that aim, then the more or the effective policy would be that.
Yes, and as I say, the reason for the need for clarity is because the policy refers to the requirement to facilitate the cycle provision rather than to provide the cycle provision. So that's what I wanted to get clarity on.
Okay, any other points? No? Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on then to 11.5. Land east of Theobald's Park Road. This is 550 dwellings, 370 in the plan period, and the allocation again contains part of a sink, which we've talked about, if I say at length. Is there anything else you want to say which you can't possibly say about scale or anything of that nature? Is all these things have been covered to your satisfaction and my satisfaction? I mean, I think I know what your answer is going to be, so I don't need to. I need to go out and consider PLA 3 and the discussions we've been having more generally. Infrastructure requirements say must deliver a 2-form entry primary school on site, must deliver a 6-form entry secondary school on site. Is that still, is this still, bearing in mind what we've discussed, still the expectation? And again, it is the difference in wording here, must deliver, which is, rather than land and financial contributions toward. Is that, picking up on Berkley Holmes' comments about SA 11.1, the implication would here again would be that the developers of 11.5 would be expected to deliver the school, which isn't necessarily in line with probably SIL regs, but also the overall vision.
Yes, you're correct. This should be consistent with the approach to the other schools.
So 3 and 4 would need some modification. A, can I just, in terms of A, this is where it says, it gets a little confusing. Development on the site should limit new development to the area to the south of the Glasgow stud sink. That could be read two ways, couldn't it? It could be read development, out to the south of the extent, as in outside the sink to the south, or to the south of, rather like, in terms of the golf course, you're talking about the northern part of the sink. Is this talking about the southern part of the sink? Or, no, avoid the sink, it's development to the south of the sink, if that makes sense.
It's the latter.
Yes, that's correct. It is the latter, albeit, as we've talked about for the other sink, whether there needs also to be that consistent approach in terms of consideration of the ecological value of certain areas within the sink that may still be suitable. So there probably does need to be a consistency between the two approaches.
I think we need to be careful because the starting point for 11.5 seems to be that no, we're not going into the sink here. That was not our intention. If that's not going to be that, that's the submitted policy. I'm taking that as being your position. If you're changing, and when we've been talking about the other parts of the sinks, it's been that's your stated intention that it's quite likely. You've assessed the potential and you think there's scope to go into.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right in terms of the approach.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I would use just because of the way it's described, it may be that should limit new development to the area, or should limit development to the area outside of the sink to the south. Or some words like to make it absolutely clear we're not talking about development in the sink. I think so just looking at the inset map, that's leaving quite a lot of development in the southern part of the allocation. So that's I for whatever reason I didn't work out the density there. But 500 houses dwellings in that relatively small area. Is that because that area is similar in nature to 11.4? It's more likely to be higher density development and in terms of those typologies.
It's not as high as the central area of Cattlegate Road, but it's still along the main artery through the development, so it's a reasonable density.
Okay. We've already talked about the areas of the sink that aren't expected to be developed and why they're coming out of the green belt and stuff. So again, that I don't need, unless there's anything more you want to say about that, I don't need to go over that again, but it's obviously something I'll be having a mind to. Criterion C refers to providing new secondary and primary schools potentially co-located along Theopold's Park Road, quite specific. Again, the potential to locate school playing fields within the ecological buffer around the ancient woodland should be explored. One assumes that's referring to the 50-metre buffer, or at least 50-metre buffer that's in PL11. So maybe some, I don't know, just for my it's just whether or not that's fundamentally clear what that ecological buffer is. And one, I guess, would need to make sure that school playing fields are actually suitable for that buffer, depending on what the nature of the buffer is now, I guess. But the first part of C should provide new secondary and primary schools. So again, that sounds very similar to must deliver. You know, you could argue it's the same sort of point. So again, whether it needs to be, that needs to be made clear that it's about facilitating or whatever, or, you know, so it's all not necessarily expecting the developer of that plot to be responsible for the entire delivery, because that, again, I think C you could read it that way. And then the question mark is again, is it need to be quite so specific about where those schools are if you're going to be looking at it through the SPD? If you tell me you've narrowed it down to, you know, absolutely that's the absolutely best location for it with all the work you've done, then I'm not going to quibble too much if that's your argument.
There was logic, obviously, in the spatial framework, which has suggested the disposition of the schools to ensure that the whole site has appropriate access, primary schools being one of those features that to have walkable access to them, you would naturally want them spread across the site. So there is logic to it, but there still is a degree of flexibility around precise siting, which causes us that slight difficulty in the degree of prescription and what degree of flexibility you would want. You wouldn't obviously want all the schools tucked away in a corner where no one can access them. So it's trying to get the right balance and the right presentation of it. And you'll no doubt be considering that as you look more closely at it.
Having in mind to all the discussions we've been having, do you have a view now as to whether or not actually on reflection that wording is effective and reflective of what's expected, or that actually it could be it's ineffective by virtue of, you know, delivering the wrong thing or potentially the wrong thing?
No, I don't think our position would be that I think it's the wrong thing. I think it's a recognition that there could be alternative, acceptable ways of addressing that need, and whether that's the focus as to whether these requirements stay in here, but there's some recognition that should an alternative, acceptable, accessible location be found, then that may be acceptable.
One can say, though, is that the aim is that they should be along Theobald's Park Road. And when one looks at the plan that's in detail 101 and PLA 3, one can see that there's the ability to shift some of the housing in order to accommodate a primary school further north along Theobald's Park Road. So there is the ability to be able to move things around within that parcel, in short.
Understood, thank you. Mind point, there are two C's, but I'll say I'm not going to. That's just one of those things. I got criticising people for typos and my stuff. Criterion G. Well, criterion D should set development back 60 metres from the edge of the brook to comply with the Water Framework Directive. I don't know if that isn't at least, but I'm not. I don't know if you have any views on that. You presumably that's an Environment Agency requirement, so fine. It may be a must, I suppose, if it's a directive. Should create an improved setting for Whiteweb's Museum of Transport through creation of public park. Is Whiteweb's Museum of Transport a designated heritage asset? Is it? I mean, obviously, it might be no real. It's no harm in improving the setting of any building if you want to, but it's just out of interest. and I suppose it speaks back to what I've been saying about some of the other things, whereas if it's about minimising impact on heritage assets as much as improving their setting is great, but it's also about protecting their setting, protecting them and maintaining them or minimising impact. And in this year, I've got the Glasgow Stud Farmhouse and the pumping station, which are identified as local heritage assets. So whether they also need to be reflected somehow in this policy.
I don't believe it's a designated asset or within one, at least.
Okay. I mean, obviously, there's no unless somebody objects to it, there's no particular reason in principle why that should be problematic. But yeah, this bit doesn't, or this policy does not talk about minimising impact on those assets that have been referred to. So again, I suppose if you've gone to the trouble of identifying things in the RAG rating, and again, unless I'm missing something, then it would make sense to refer to them.
Yes, I think, again, PLA 3 deals with the museum. The aim is, under the land use section, page 98, to enhance the prominence of the museum by putting a public park around it. So it has been thought about.
Okay, but in terms of minimising the impact on, or avoiding impact on the, the Glasgow Stud Farmhouse, Grade 2 listed building, the public local heritage asset that's in the table, is it, again, for consistency with other policies, necessary to have some reference to those?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, make a note of that. And then under G, it says, should buffer the retained waste site at Theobald's Park Road through appropriate uses of green spaces. I'm taking it that's the same waste plant that we were talking about earlier about relocation. So again, is that like, it may be that you'll say, well, it doesn't matter because PL11 refers to relocation and so on, but this does. So I guess this policy is assuming that the waste site is staying as it is, and therefore this is what you'd need to do if that is the case.
Yes.
It doesn't need to necessarily mention relocation, because obviously if the waste site is within this area, then the policy will still apply to it, won't it? So, but you have got PA11. So
yes. The aim of PL11 is to certainly indicate the preference for the relocation of the waste site, but that of itself anticipates the potential for the waste site not to come forward, not to move. So, hence why G would apply.
Okay, Ray Franklin Trust. Thank you.
Just quickly again, you've noted, of course, my preference to retain the that part of the Glasgow Stadium in the green belt. That would be infinitely preferable to me. It's not appropriate to have any responsibilities with regard to any works or otherwise, given that there's no development at all within this 0.5 for the Glasgow Stud. There are access points suggested that will actually interfere with the commercial promises that we operate from. And of course there are serious costs with regard to the access roads because bridges are required.
So yeah, so your preference would be for that area to be retained as green belt, and yeah, okay, thank you. And then point noted on the cost, council can come back on that. Thanks. Thank you. And Enfield Society, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to clarify point E. The Whiteweb's Transport Museum is the pumping station, and it is not designated, it is just locally listed. And the Society welcomes the proposal to create the new park. We do have concerns about its delivery, but in principle, we do welcome the intent to try and create the park around that.
Thank you. That's positive. Okay, thank you for that. And Council, got any points in particular? I saw you note the support. The fact that your local knowledge is helpful there in terms of the museum being the pumping out, and that is locally designated has to say that fits into what I was saying about the policy needing to reflect minimising impact, or the correct words about assets as well as the museum. Well, it actually fits into that. So that's thank you. That's welcome. The point, obviously, the point Ray Franklin Trust have made about the Greenbelt, we've covered, and I've covered that. If you wish to say anything more about that, please do. But obviously, there's also the side additional issue, I suppose, whereas even if it was to be including Greenbelt, it may well still be part of the placemaking area, I think, and that might still have implications. So if it was still part of 11.5, it would still be subject to some of these things. So any views on the implications of that for the existing business?
Well, so it is important that the area is retained within the placemaking area, because one wants to ensure that there are things like the open space provided in the way that's being suggested within the plan. There is, of course, the question as to whether or not that eastern element needs to be still in the Greenbelt. But ultimately, the aim is to ensure that the overall objectives of the proposal come forward. So the principal question for you is to decide whether or not it's still to remain part of the placemaking area, and we think it should. There's also there's differentiation between the golf course site, for example, in Kings Oak Plain, and the parcel to the east, because the land that would remain open as part of the proposal ducks in and out of the development area rather significantly, and the council's identified a boundary that is an appropriate boundary, we say, and given the consequence of pulling it back would be to have a rather convoluted boundary. The logic is that the council's put forward, the logic is a sound one and a sensible one.
So that for the Greenbelt boundary?
Yes.
So there is one other matter we should note on this allocation itself in terms of the infrastructure requirements. Item 2 there, which refers to the bridge, we believe is there in error because it's a carryover from one of the other site allocations. This is obviously not adjacent to SA 11.2, so that needs to be removed.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Did you have any?
Yes, I mean, just to get my understanding of this, so what you're saying effectively is that you would keep this in the Greenbelt and the open spaces would be still not available to anybody, presumably, and the reference to bridges would be, that I was making, just for clarification, were the bridges that would, if you carried on with the access routes, would go over the brook, which are not there.
Sorry, say that last part again.
But the bridges, if you carried on with the access travel routes, there are no bridges over the brook.
Okay. I mean, your point about, just so if it's, I think the question, what I was saying, so there's two elements. There's a question, should the area of the sink that's not being sought to be developed be retained as greenbelt, point one. And then the second thing, should it be part of the placemaking area? Because they're two different things. I think I'm right in saying you're saying, well, if it's greenbelt, if it's within the placemaking area, there's an expectation to be open space. But if it's greenbelt, it would not be accessible for open space. Because you own, yeah.
We own the land behind it and around it,
Yeah.
and we operate our business from within it.
Yeah, but irrespective of whether it's greenbelt or not, you own the land.
Yeah.
And something being greenbelt doesn't have
have
any
open space.
bearing on
No.
whether it's accessible or not, or open.
But it
access.
does if you've got an insistence on putting the access routes through it.
Yeah, so I think it's more the placemake.
Yeah,
The,
it's the placemaking.
the greenbelt, to that point, availability of land and open and who can access it is a separate issue. Is not
Yeah, I mean,
not maintaining the
obviously
green.
it has no particular bearing on me if we make this not greenbelt, because if nothing happens. But if we
Yeah.
make it not greenbelt, if we make it placemaking, and there is the expectation of open access past our businesses which are operating and through land which takes us to our other land, then it's not appropriate.
Yeah, so yes, that's the main point. It's it is partly delivery, but it's partly within this area, within this context of actually, can you deliver what you're setting out here? Because you've got a landowner and business who clearly is not currently willing to do that. So what is the consequence of that question?
Yes, the consequence is that the council will consider in the final result the exercise of CPO powers as necessary in order to achieve the aims of the designation. Of course, that brings with it appropriate compensation in the usual way.
Okay, well, I'll talk about CPOs when we get shortly on to delivery, because I understand there. Did you have any other points? I understand. I mean, I think I know where we.
You understand exactly where we're coming from,
Yeah,
and obviously, we
You clearly
I mean, it's
don't
a
want to be.
significant amount of compensation. We would obviously entertain that to a degree, but it would be.
Well, that's a matter between you and the council.
Issue, obviously,
Point taken.
Not a problem, really, fair point of view.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not. That's there. But my starting point is you are, I guess, from what you said, not currently a willing participant. So that's what I need to know, really. Thank you. We have talked about this one. Yes. Sorry, thank you. I'm losing track. Is there anything more from your side on this? No, thank you.
That was it.
All right. So 11.6 then, the last one, south west of Theobald's Park Road. Quite a sizable area. But this is, so, okay, there's a mix of sort of open areas and existing built form down here. And I think looking at 3.14, the expectation is most of where you're expecting the development to take place is on the western side of Theobald's Park, on the western side of the road. Presumably on those, there's some existing commercial uses around there. So is that, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. There's no development proposed on the eastern side of Theobald's Park Road, as we discussed yesterday.
Yes. So that's another question for me about the boundaries, isn't it? So, yeah. I'm not going to ask about scale because we've had the same answer. It does talk about, the requirement does talk about public open space, multifunctional community hub and local parade. So again, fairly familiar mix of uses, I guess, because this is further south, it's more on the extremities of the placemaking area. So that's where you obviously, in terms of spread of facilities around, so it's not all in one place. So understood the logic of that. I think most of these things are now really very familiar. I'll look through 1 to 5 with fresh eyes once now that we've talked about a lot. So, but in this case, is 2 still relevant here in this particular plot?
Yes, it is. This is the second active travel link across to SA 11.2, but it should remove the public transport element. It is just an active travel route.
Yeah, if you give me at 5 o'clock, my geography is starting to I think so. So yeah, the public transport element needs to come out of that. Yeah. And then this is, you do talk about contribute to and so on and so forth with that. Again, I'm assuming A is, I suppose the point about A is that it's been mentioned in 3, 4, 5 and 6, but not 1 and 2. That's why I think I raised it with 3, because it was not mentioned in the first 2, but maybe I've taken the view that's deliberate, and there must be specific issues around these areas which justify that approach, so that's fine. Must provide a local mixed use along the road. Okay. Just looking at, again, Theobald's Park Road's quite long, and it's probably obvious, but doesn't 5 also talk about is a different local centre? Or am I?
Yeah, it's different local centre from Cattlegate Road. You mean?
Sorry, that's Cattlegate Road, isn't it? Theobald's Park Road. Beg pardon. Yeah.
It bends round to.
Yeah. Okay. This does talk about in C maintaining a buffer of 50 metres from at least 50 metres probably from the ancient woodland. Again, so in the last one, you talked about what might happen in the buffer, but don't specify the buffer. In this one, you're talking about specifying the buffer. So again, whether 5 needs to actually, I was sort of probably content for 5 to, if you like, refer or infer back to PA 11. But if you're being specific about a buffer in 6, then it's whether 5 also needs that. Bearing in mind you've got not development happening in the buffer, but we talk about school playing fields in the buffer.
It is to the same area of ancient woodland, so
yeah, it would make sense.
Logically, should be the same.
So 5 does need that, and I think it would be at least 50 metres, wouldn't it? So, So I'm pausing because I'm just going through these. My note basically says I've covered all of these things. I want to make sure that I have. I don't want to miss anything. But my notes are that there's nothing new in the world by now. So I just want to double check that. H. Again, just a matter of consistency. I note that it says the same as 5 about the waste site about green spaces, but this has got if this is not relocated tagged on at the end, whereas the last one doesn't talk about that. So it's got picked up on G. So again, just for 5 would benefit from that. Yeah.
Sir, we do need to clarify. Actually, the retained waste site is in 5. It's not in this one. So that. Element H actually should be removed.
So it should be removed. I suppose I assumed it was on the edge of it, and so it's still the buffer might still be pertinent. But okay, so H needs to come out. Okay.
H could probably be to just replace the other part of 11.5 that deals with it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that wording is probably more appropriate for 11.5. under J, must safeguard the delivery of a new cycle and pedestrian bridge over the railway, fronted by development on both sides to ensure overlooking. Fine, that's, you know, that's considered, but the other policies which have referred to the bridge or a bridge in particular, well, there's the first point about is it connections and so on, but it does talk, the others talk about minimising the impact on the sink, the wildlife corridor sink, which I assume still applies here, does it?
The sink is in SA 11.2 that it connects to, so the sink isn't within this allocation area. But
I thought, oh, sorry, I thought the wildlife corridor was literally the entire length of the right. Is that not the case?
oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
yes, sorry, you're right. That sink.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I meant the wildlife corridor sink.
Yes, you are correct.
So-
it runs along the length of the railway.
In the other policies where you're talking about that, it does talk about minimising impact. So is that again for interests of consistency? Would that be appropriate?
Yes, it sounds appropriate.
Okay, I have no other questions. Any questions on 6? Mr. Ray Franklin Rose?
I don't know if it's just a mistake, but I think you're showing open space on the Head Start Children's Day Nursery. Which would be another one for CPO if that was the case.
Okay, right, okay. It may well be the case. Obviously, the council could tell it's deliberate or not. But while they're thinking about that, I'll ask the Enfield Society.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to add some clarification to design principles K and L, which refer to the residential area of Clay Hill. That is actually a conservation area, so I think the policy really needs to be tighter on what is being proposed there. Instead of it being should, I think something should be stronger to ensure that the conservation area is not compromised by any proposals.
Yeah, fair point. The bearing in mind what I've said about some of the others policies where there are heritage assets referred to in the RAG part of the well, RAG's not policy, but in part of the table, and suggesting there needs to be specific wording relating to those. The same would apply here, I guess, that you've got quite a long list of heritage assets in that table, and there's nothing specific.
It was dealt with compendiously rather than with each one of them and how they're going to be dealt with. That would be appropriate.
In terms of this plot, not.
Yes, in terms of 11.6.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think if that, again, it always comes out if there's something specific.
Yes.
About one, it's probably worth highlighting. But I think it's a fair point to say that the policy doesn't at the moment reflect the heritage assets which are in the vicinity or within the area.
No,
so it needs some.
Yeah.
Okay, would you like to come back on any of those? I mean, obviously we've picked up the point about heritage. There's the, is the open space on an existing use a deliberate thing?
So do you mean? This is in respect of the nursery site, I think. One's got to be a little careful with that because the allocation refers to public open space and multifunctional community hub, including retail as part of a local parade. That's the local parade is identified indicatively as along Theobald's Park Road. But if one looks at the PLA 3, page 112, the configuration of the road layout, at least indicatively, shows larger blocks within the vicinity of the nursery, so that in principle the community facilities may be capable of being located in that area, and that's not, it looks like from what one can see, that's not actually, that would allow for the retention of the nursery, at least in that approximate area, albeit not necessarily the same building itself. In any event, it doesn't mean necessarily there's going to be a CPO. It means that there'll be discussions in the usual way to try to avoid that. That's how the CPO system works.
Quite, okay. But it's another delivery issue, potentially. It's another existing use. Thank you. Sorry, new point?
Looking at 3.14 again, I'll have this in my dreams tonight. The section to the east of Theobald's Park Road that is not going to be built on, that has some in dark green as open space and then some rather ambiguously in not a colour at all. I think maybe that's where Wildwoods is at the moment, is it? Okay. So what is the ultimate protection for those spaces if they do come out of the green belt?
Well, I think that point's been discussed at length. So
well, not for this specific.
No, I did. I talked about it yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I talked about the area of Whiteland to the area to the east of that road, okay. And where nothing was shown, as well as the open space. So, but the general point about what happens to areas which might be removed from the green belt, where no current proposals for development. You know, what happens there is a theme that runs through. I know we talked more about King's Oak Plain and so on, but it's the same principle for all of them. So the point is taken. Okay. I think I know where I am going, or at least not I know where I'm going, but I've got as much as I need on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Right, any other points on 11 before we move on to delivery? And bear in mind we talked a lot about delivery in general, some terms. I don't want to go back over some old ground, but is there any other points on, I suppose I didn't give the chance, any points on PL 11, hopefully not, or 11.1 to 6 before I sort of close the door on those discussions? Good, thank you. Right, so delivery then. As quickly as we can. Is everybody okay to carry on? From the council side?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, and from your side, are you okay to carry on? Well, you have to talk to Annette about that. Let's see how quickly we can get through it. I've got some questions, obviously. Hopefully I'll pick up everything that needs to be picked up. Clearly from your side, you've raised concerns, and obviously from representation as well, concerns about the likelihood of being able to deliver some of these things with existing uses and so on. I've heard those points, so don't need those again, and so on and so forth. So, and I've got some questions about that anyway. So we'll see if we can get through. I don't want to rush it and miss anything, but equally, if we can finish, within reasonable time, it means we won't have to come back on Friday, which I'm sure everybody will be happy about. So, I've got two broad areas of delivery I want to talk about. First is, if you like, some basics and sort of, I'm not sure which is the best order to deal with them, but this is the order I'm going to deal with them. your expectations on delivery and how many are going to come forward, that sort of thing. And then I'm going to move on to the whole plan viability assessment, E7.12, and things like that. So got quite a few points. I see you've got another colleague. You've been extremely patient, sitting there all day waiting for now. And we're not going to deal with it now. We're going to come back Friday morning. So
I think this is actually day 2 of Mr. Drummond Hayes's.
Oh, I do apologise.
But no, it was. I was being overly cautious, I think.
If you thought we might get through to it yesterday, that was optimistic.
I was not so optimistic.
Okay, so. So I'm going to look at, say, the annual delivery first. So para 2.12 of your hearing statement refers to development starting in 27-28. We're in 25-26 now. So we are talking 2 years to start. In fact, 2 years to deliver, I think. 2 years to start. From a position of no permissions, no SPD, no master plan, and possibly quite a lot of issues to resolve through delivering those documents and getting to a position where you feel that you're ready to for applications to start coming in. I think you gave me a similar time, or actually the site promoter gave me a similar time frame for Hadley, the Hadley Wood site, Camlet Way site, for which obviously I'm not commenting on that formally yet, but in that case, as a single developer, single site, no need for SPD, master plan, agreements or phasing, and even that was being challenged as being challenging. So in a scheme like this, is it actually realistic for you to be starting in 27-28?
I think we have set out there that obviously we use the word could as a precursor to that statement there. There's a recognition that as you pointed out, there are still some parts of the planning process to go through. The councils are doing all they can to twin track various elements of this in terms of the master plan being commissioned, the developers meeting through the developer forum, and anticipating moving quite quickly into pre-application stages. The council is also mindful of kind of reality and practicality. So in terms of the actual trajectory that's been assumed, it has taken a more cautious approach than 27-28, and we're probably looking more around 2030 for starts from these sites. But there may be simpler schemes that, assuming the local plan were to be adopted, the master plan SPD is happening in tandem and parallel, where you advised earlier on in terms of that coming to a position around towards the end of this year. Obviously, it will need to reflect the outcome of this process and your findings, which may require it to adjust itself. That could then lead into a process of it being approved alongside the adoption of the plan, and planning applications could come in. But in reality, I think we do accept there'll be a longer lead in time. So whilst 27-28 is quoted here, that's the most ambitious potential of the very first schemes that could come forward, but the actual trajectory the councils are relying on is taking a more cautious approach and is slightly behind that.
Okay, I don't have that trajectory, do I?
No.
No. So, yeah. As per a couple of weeks ago, clearly I'm going to need this trajectory. As I said at the time, I want to go through all of the allocations first, because if I'm going to advise, it would be sensible for me to advise or come to some views on some of these realism things so you can amend it accordingly before we discuss it in detail. But okay, 2030, so it's still only for 2029, 30, so not 2030, 31. So 2029, 30 is only 4 years. I say only 4 years. That sounds like a long time, but you've been working on this since 2021, and it still sounds like there's quite a lot still to do, notwithstanding land assembly issues and everything else, which we'll come on to. So again, I mean, I don't think I got an answer as to when the SPD area was going to be completed by. I got an answer saying that, well, we've appointed people and it might go to consultation or committee, or consultation in November, but that's not the same as obviously approval. So can you give me is there a programme for the SPD completion? I know you've got to take into account what's happening with this plan and everything else, but it must be a Gantt chart somewhere with best wind. It would be finished by this time.
There is that, obviously, and the work has been commissioned and is already underway, so there is a programme of work there, so we'll either get that answer to you during the course of this conversation, or it's another matter to follow up on.
Can I just add that the expectation is that there'll be tandem working on the SPD. Of course, the SPD is being drafted on the expectation that the plan itself will be at an advanced stage by the time one comes to the publication for consultation purposes. And that might not happen. Yes, that might not happen. Of course, we have to work on the expectation that it's going to happen. And if that does happen, then there's expected to be joint working at the same time as the finalisation of the local plan, so that the SPD is anticipated as being capable of adoption shortly after the adoption of the local plan, because of the joint working, which is why, of course, it's being prepared now for publication for consultation purposes later on in the year. So one other thing. It's right that there has been work that's been ongoing. That work that's been ongoing enables one to have confidence that the delivery of the scheme is likely to be achievable in short order because of that time. And with the SPD in place, that then gives a further impetus to the progress of delivery.
Okay, the working out, I think again, sorry, to get to your 3,500, I worked out that, and I think your hearing statement says that you have assumed 250 dwellings a year being completed. 250 dwellings a year, and it says at 212 of your statement that's delivery peaking at 250 a year. So that's a maximum of 250 a year. Well, my maths, which might be subject to, critique, is that to get to 3,500 by the end of the plan period, you do have to start, and starting in 27-28, you have to deliver 250 a year. So it's not ramping up to 250 a year to get to that figure. It's actually 250 a year throughout. And now you're telling me, well, actually, it's going to probably be a couple of years on from that. So that would, to get anywhere near 3,500, you've got to deliver more than 250 a year. So my first question was going to be, well, is 250 a year realistic anyway? I mean, go through the thing, how many outlets are you expecting? Particularly if you're phasing things in a certain way, 250 a year from a single outlet, probably not. But how many plots, how many parcels are actually coming online straight away? Bearing in mind, you've said, well, actually, some of these are more constrained than others. So is it realistic if it's, say, going to be, let's say, it's 11.1 comes forward first, or 11.2 comes forward, because that's the easiest. But is it really going to deliver 250 a year? That's five outlets. It's just, but then now it's actually more difficult than that because you've added 2 years into the lead-in. So,
I know Mr. Smith will comment on this, but one point to note on 212 is that the 250 per year is reflective of the 3,500 within the planned period, and isn't necessarily the peak rate that could be achieved on the sites themselves, because of a number of different issues. But I'll leave that to Mr. Smith to comment on.
Yes, so there's a few things to unpack with this. I think the reference to the 250 is related to an assumption that's been used in the evidence base, in particular the viability evidence, and Mr. Drummond-Hay can explain that as a kind of prudent, cautious working assumption in terms of delivery rate from comparable schemes. The actual delivery rate that's being assumed is based on a broader understanding of the nature of the different allocations, the position of the landowners and developers within them, their ability to deliver at certain market rates, as you've referenced, and the ability for different parts of the site to come forward at different stages in the process. So the trajectory itself, which you will be provided with in due course, will set this out in more context, but it does assume that the different site allocations come forward at different stages, and we have referenced a few times over the last few days around certain site allocations having less constraints and easier to deliver first, and you're right to reference SA 11.1, which obviously is the greenfield land directly accessed from Cattlegate Road, with Berkley's full ownership and willingness and ability to move forward quickly, is the first one that's envisaged to come on stream around that 2030 date, and that would deliver through one sales outlet quite quickly through that, and delivering one private sale unit per week, so 52 a year private sale units. Because of the affordable housing position of the 50-50, the delivery rate effectively doubles. The affordable housing isn't constrained by the same market conditions. Exactly how it's delivered will be refined in due course, but the sales rate drives an annual capacity of around 100 units from SA 11.1. In addition to that, developments would start coming forward across some of the other site allocations, and the next one that the council envisaged would start delivering would be 11.6, because that has council ownership and has two active developers interested there, Landvest and Rockwell, who have got interests on sites there and are keen and willing to start discussions. That would start a few years after, so it's not a case that all of these sites start early on. That would be a few years after SA 11.1, and sequentially some of the other site allocations will start coming on stream as well. So it gradually build up to a peak rate, and it would be a peak rate higher than the 250 that's here, as the development is commenced and got going, and the calculations that the council have done based upon when these sites would deliver with those kind of outlets and delivery rates add up to the 350, I think, is the number that is the one within the plan period set out in policy PL11. We have a trajectory that shows how that can be delivered, but it is reliant on concurrent delivery from separate site allocations and from separate developers. And there is a difficulty to a degree in sort of comparisons with this, because often delivery rates get debated, and quite a bit of reference I think there is at this examination to the Lichfields start to finish work, which is the most authoritative evidence around delivery rates from strategic sites. There is a distinction with Cruise Hill in that it isn't a standalone urban extension of the similar ilk. It is a multi-owned and multi-developer scheme which will enable different sites to come forward concurrently with different developers, and therefore it can deliver a slightly different rate. And the London context itself is different. I think Lichfields, it does reference in their studies that does actually exclude examples from London because of its unique market context. That's partly due to the tenure and the ability to deliver different types of housing in the London market, and the high level of affordable housing is a key differential as well. Not all those other sites around the country are obviously delivering at that kind of affordable housing rate, which isn't as constrained by sales and build-out type considerations. So the councils believe they have got a robust position. It is reliant on multiple outlets coming forward at the same time. It is phased to allow for a lead-in time to resolve some of the land complexity on some of the other areas of the site, but the early phases are considered to come forward in that time scale, with the likes of Berkley and some of those other developers able to move quicker on some of the site allocations than others.
You'll understand, it's ever so, and it is 5:30, it's ever so slightly frustrating to have a hearing statement which says development will peak at 250 a year, and that's obviously what I've been preparing on, and then come to the session and be told, oh, don't worry about that, that's not really mean that. It's actually 350 a year or more, and we've got a trajectory that tells you all this, but you haven't actually got it before you. Clearly, I was trying to avoid having the full trajectory. I don't want the full trajectory for the entire housing land supply I thought there'd be opportunity to sort of modify that as a result of discussions before having it. But it may well be, I think, for some individual sites of this, certainly maybe for PL11 and PL10, because of their nature, and particularly if I'm going to be told something different that's in the hearing statement, then I'm going to have to see that, because I'm in the dark about this, and it's okay, you've told me that you've got all this information, but I haven't seen it. So unless it's already in the evidence base somewhere, fine, point me to it. But you know, your hearing statement did not say that. It said it's two things. It said 27, 28, and 250 a year. And now I'm being told it's 2030, 2029, 30, and it could be anywhere up to 350 a year or more. So it does make it quite difficult to prep and have these discussions when I'm getting told different things.
It's noted, sir. And I think it's probably fair to say that we were wanting to assist rather than hinder you, but noted that perhaps it should have been dealt with. We should have notified you at an earlier stage, sir, to enable you to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the hearing statement's there for a reason. I've asked a question, can you deliver it? You've answered the question, and now you're telling me a different answer. And I doubt that much could have changed in 3 or 4 weeks. So I can't go much further than that at the moment. You know, I've not seen the evidence on phasing, or that could have been put in the hearing statement. It could have been set out how the 350 plus, because it's going to have to be more than 350, isn't it? Because if you're ramping up, if 11.1 comes on, it's 100 a year, and that's on its own, and then the others several years later, so 100 a year for several years, it's got to have to ramp up significantly. And so will go back to what we talked about in Matter 2, or Matter in stage,
yes, Matter 2, so
Matter 2, about your general trajectory, which has got this very significant ramp up post 2029, or whatever, or wherever the ramp comes up, and it goes from like 700 a year, whatever it is, to 2,500 a year, and whether that's realistic. Well, it sounds like a similar thing in principle is going to have to happen here as well. You can start off quite low by 2030 and then have a huge ramp up. So it does put questions in my mind about, well, okay, there's one thing, if the market can stand it, it's one thing, but can the development industry stand it? We hear a lot about skills, we hear a lot about capacity to deliver. Even if the market can stand it, have you got enough comfort that the actual development, maybe the development industry can help me on this, but you know, whether or not it could get to that level in a short space of time. Again, it's still a question of realism. It's just I'm not sure what figures I'm dealing with anymore.
No, but so I don't know whether or not, because of course you may not be convinced by the evidence that you hear around the trajectory that's being identified now. I don't know whether you want to proceed just on the basis of what's said at 212 at the moment, in case you're not satisfied and we have to deal with the consequences of what results from a 250 per year assessment, because there are certain consequences, as we've already talked about in respect of Matter 2, with regard to how one deals with a position where not so much is capable of being delivered as was first envisaged. It comes back to the questions, how does one deal with that? Does one lower the requirement, in short?
Well, there's two things. Do you lower the overall requirement? That's one option. In terms of individual sites, there comes a question of, I guess it's if you're not going to deliver the justification, does it alter the justification for the allocation? And whether or not, if you're delivering less in the plan period, or I come to the view that whether it's 250 a year, as you say, maybe deal with that, because if 250 a year is not realistic, then 350 a year isn't going to be realistic, or plus. So, but yeah, what does that mean? Yes. Again, is it a case of where it doesn't really make any difference because it's still we've still been planning on 5,000 overall. It might take longer to deliver, but the justification hasn't changed. But you know, I need to, at least when I'm thinking about the overall picture, I need to understand, well, what is actually going to be delivered, and is it worth it?
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, going back to my original point, really, you know, how are you going to get the ramp up from 100 a year in 11.1 for a few years, you're saying, and then this sudden jump to whether it's 250 a year, 350 a year, 450 a year, how is that going to happen in a climate of, issues around general capacity, and then not least, of course, you don't control all the land as well. So how does that factor in to that ramping up? When does your trajectory, which I probably will need to see, well, I will need to see clearly at some point, but I was hoping to sort of have a clearer idea. When will you hit the buffer of, we no longer have any land left until we've, negotiated, CPO'd or whatever you need to do, So I suppose just feeding into the next point is how much land is actually under developer control, I suppose, is the other point, because you can't deliver that you can't deliver on land that you don't control yet.
The starting point that perhaps Mr. Smith can identify is which of the parcels are capable of coming forward in short order and which of the parcels are going to be more complicated and thus needing to deliver later on in the plan period. That's really the starting point for this answer.
And relate from that, as I mentioned, SA 11.1 wholly owned by Berkley and willing and prepared and able to move forward at the pace required on that. And then SA 11.6, which has council freehold ownership in part and has 2 active developers. So they are the 2 parts of the site that can move forward at some pace. The others will require either a degree of land assembly or developers to be introduced into the scheme. I should have probably also sort of referenced that the work on the trajectory and the ongoing sort of assessment of what is real and credible is also informed by the discussions that occur at the developer forum and the material we've referenced in the hearing statement around the work that Aspinall Verde have been commissioned to do on a delivery strategy, which has involved talking in one-to-ones with the various landowners and promoters across the site as to their timescales and their levels of interest and how they'll move forward. So it's not just a case that the council is kind of sat back making up assumptions. There is real live conversations going on with all of the interests that are at the table so far in terms of getting a market perspective on what would be a realistic delivery rate from the various land assets that are being put forward.
So you've probably been doing the maths anyway in terms of what that means by way of delivery, and even with the 2-year pushback, if that's right, well, including that 2-year pushback, you have a period of about 8 years of delivery with those 2 sites within which the remaining parcels would be capable of coming forward on a worst case basis.
So 11.6, which is apparently one of the ones that can come forward really quickly and deliver lots, is only delivering 700 of the 1,000 in the plan period. So not that, can't come up that quickly. And 11.1 is 800. So if that's 1,500, if those 2 were achievable, that's 1,500 in the plan period from those 2 sites. So 2,000, the extra 2,000 would be coming forward on sites where you have to currently generally go through land assembly or hope that the landowners are going to want to progress schemes. Is that the case?
May not be reliant on land assembly. There are landowners and developers who are active in the developer forums along, say, that central area of the north and south of Catlegate Road, where the most units will be delivered. They are participating in the developer forums. They may not have developers appointed or gone into commercial terms, and quite a few of those locations down there are businesses, owner-occupier businesses, who are waiting to see where the local plan lands and what the future for their land is before they take their sites and do any sort of commercial deals with developers. So there's a degree, it's not to say that there isn't interest and it would require sort of third-party land assembly through the likes of CPO or anything. There are willing landowners there. It's just that they don't have developers appointed directly now. It would mean that they would start delivering. We assume those start delivering slightly behind the likes of Berkley and the other developers who are at the table, but not that far behind. And of course, those areas are the most dense and sort of typologies of housing that you could probably deliver units quite quickly through the sites, given that there would be blocks and there'd be a more prominence of apartments on some of those sites. So the confidence is still there that the numbers can be achieved in the overall timescale.
Okay, one of the reasons why I'm sort of loath to have too many action notes is obviously once I have this information, then it's only fair that people in the room have the opportunity to comment on it, or if I have other questions. So it's one of the reasons I generally don't do it. But I think I am going to have to see that for PL10 and PL11 in advance, because otherwise I don't think we can have a sensible conversation about it.
Well, absolutely so. And perhaps the best way forward, maybe that it becomes quite a long session, is for us to produce a trajectory in anticipation of the Chase Park sessions, and then when dealing with the delivery issues for Chase Park, to then follow that on with a further session on Cruise Hill as appropriate.
But I'll leave that with me. I don't know if the people who are here are coming to Chase Park or not. Are you at Chase Park?
Yeah.
I
know
you
Mr. Lack is.
Leave that with me. I think I need to think about the logistics of that, because obviously it's already, I mean, we had a slight issue with yesterday, but we're over time on this. Chase Park's going to be of a similar nature. Maybe we can cut through some of Chase Park because we'll have discussed matters of principle here, so it won't be the same, but obviously there'll be more people in the room as well. So it may be that I've underestimated what we need for that anyway. In terms of the action on this, leave that with me. I will issue a note. I'll issue the action, but it does make it quite difficult for me to interrogate that. And perhaps on reflection, I thought I had enough to be. At least I understood what your position was, and I could interrogate that. It's harder now because I don't really know what your position is. In terms of picking out when 11.3 comes on stream, I wouldn't have known that anyway. But at least I could have understood it was 250 a year and how that might work. So it makes it a bit difficult, but I take the point. You believe there are obviously some low-hanging fruit which can deliver quicker than others, and so on.
That's our essential approach. Yes.
In terms of just your position, if I were to come to the conclusion, whichever figures are used, that it is lower than 3,500. From the council's point of view, what would your view on the consequences of that be?
Yes, so the position is it doesn't change the issue. In fact, it goes in reverse and makes still more important the release of these sites. And the reason for that is because if one reaches the conclusion, if you reach the conclusion that the need that has been identified for affordable housing is as how the local housing needs assessment has set it out, and is if the family housing requirement is as has been set out in the local housing need assessment accepted, then those are real needs. They're not dictated by some particular limit or some particular policy trajectory. They are real needs of real people wanting housing. And if there's if the delivery of these sites aren't able to come forward as quickly as is anticipated, it doesn't mean that those needs are no longer there. They are there and still need to be provided for. And so the sites that have been identified now are ones that have the capacity to provide for those needs. If the conclusion is reached that, or if ultimately a decision is arrived at that, well, there shouldn't be the release of these sites, well then none of those needs are going to be met. And for a good many years, until the review of a plan, those needs will remain unmet. And they will only be delivered through major releases or major areas of land being released, which in reality are going to be greenbelt parcels, which are going to themselves take time to deliver. So what that will mean is that on the basis of an expected pessimism around the trajectory for this particular area, for Cruise Hill, what that will mean is that ultimately needs will, if you conclude that as a result of that the plan shouldn't come forward with these various allocations, it will mean that those various needs are just not going to be provided for. So actually a slower trajectory just increases the importance of making sure that at least something is done. It would be entirely counterintuitive to reach the conclusion that as a result of the delays in the trajectory, there shouldn't in fact be the release of this land. So when one looks at it in that way, it doesn't alter any of the imperatives that have driven the provision. It would lead to the reverse and necessarily the failure of the planning system on that basis.
Thank you. Is everyone, just to kind of check if everyone's still okay to continue? And just get, I mean, we're looking more like 6:30. It's not a record for me, I have to say. But if I don't want, we do have the overspill day for a reason. But if I'm not keeping you all longer than you're willing to stay, is that how you stay? Okay. Sorry about the lack of chocolate. I'll leave the numbers there for now. It may actually be, maybe that when we come on to the trajectory, we'll have to talk about this more. Maybe that's the point at which we talk about it more.
Yes.
Than I would have wanted to. So there may be things we haven't bottomed out by the time we get to matter 2 again. I think when it's on individual allocations, it will be easier because it will be more straightforward to say this one plot is not going to deliver that in the time frame because of this, where there's these 5, 6 plots and it's all quite complicated. So,
yes, that's a fair point.
Right, so just looking at some numbers then. So I'm not sure this will be any clearer, but the I mean, it's, in terms of viability, and again, sorry, as I have been.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drummond-Hayes will be able to introduce himself. But
welcome. Getting overtime now as well, massive overtime. So my understanding, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, because looking at there's 2 pieces of work. The viability assessment, the whole plan viability assessment is looking at the overall picture, and I think looking at very simplistically, identifying what the development can stand. And then the more recent E7.12 is looking at those costs that would be borne by the 106, barring some, which I'll just come on to later, to see if those 2 things tally up. So, so I think the old plan viability assessment concluded that the development could stand, roughly £35,000 worth of cost per unit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. That sounds good. And the whole plan viability assessment, in terms of looking at costs, originally concluded that the cost would be 50,000 per unit.
Not quite.
Right.
We assumed £50,000 per unit because we didn't have any local figures.
Right. Understood.
And it was broadly informed by other work we're doing around North London.
Okay, understood. So it wasn't based on it was a
Professional judgment.
yeah, judgment. Okay, but at that level, it would not have been viable to deliver 50% affordable housing and or the level of affordable housing required by different parts of the plan.
I think to say it wouldn't be viable would be a step too far based on our work, because our work was high level. It assumed the whole site was going to come forward as a single site, 250 units a year, which was our figure. It's based on the high level, very constrained to the work in the PPG. So we assumed the whole site was going to come forward as a single site. The whole site was going to be bought by a single developer on day one. So all the land costs are subject to interest all the way through. We made the rather extraordinary assumption, looking back at it now, that all the sill for the whole site would be basically paid up front rather than in phases, stages through the life of the project. And within the benchmark land value, we haven't made any adjustments for abnormal costs or strategic infrastructure costs, which the PPG suggests one should do when considering the benchmark land value. So it's an ultra cautious approach, and that was why we advised the council to look at it in more detail and engage directly with the landowners and get on with the next stage of the process, and be cautious about the nature of the delivery of the site.
Okay, thank you. So when the whole plan viability assessment says, well, you know, broadly between 30 and 40 may be okay, at 50% affordable for Greenbelt, so on and so forth. It is based on if a worst case scenario, effectively. Yeah. Okay. So can I just check, because with that, even with that in mind, I think there's a reference somewhere to the whole plan viability at a sort of lower. So you did an assumption, like, I suppose, is it a case of, right, you said, well, let's assume if they're 50, it doesn't work. Let's keep going down to the point at which it gets okay. So you came down and said 35,000, there or thereabouts, would be where it starts to, even at the worst case scenario, it starts to get comfortable. But then, yes, we need to see if 35,000 is realistic or not. So go away and do some additional work. Can I just double check? Because I think it says in I can't remember, I've read it now, but it said somewhere that the whole plan viability assessment concludes that at that level of cost, 35,000 there or thereabouts, it would 50% affordable housing would be viable. But when I look at table 10.78a, which is the lower and mid requirements, which I think are the lower numbers, it still has the result is 50%. The result is 35, and I've taken that to be that the development can stand 35. Sorry, and but it's still amber. So it's still in the amber zone. So it's not an absolute definite that it could deliver. So what is amber in your terms of comfort?
Okay, there are two answers, two parts of the answer. The first part is the figures in that table are before sill. So it's £25,000 plus sill, which on Cruise Hill, if you take the mix of housing and very broadly work out the total floor areas, you get to £9,045 per unit. That's divided over all your units, market and affordable. And for amber, that is where the residual value, the outcome of the appraisals, exceeds the existing use value, but does not exceed the benchmark land value.
So in terms of PPG and national policy, which obviously refers us to benchmark land values and the infamous reasonable return, does that suggest then using that approach there would still potentially be problems?
If it had been below the existing use value, I would have written a very cautious report to the council that these sites were unlikely to come forward. Here we're in a situation where the residual value was well above the existing use value, but not quite as high as the benchmark land value. So it was definitely, it needed that further stage of engagement. And I'd just like to take this opportunity that this council, which is quite unusual amongst our clients, has actually taken that advice on board. They've got Hyas involved and Aspinall Verde involved and done a substantial amount of work, including working on the SPD to get to the bottom of the challenges that we identified.
So, yeah, just again, so the amber is the residual land value is positive. So we've got a positive residual land value. I always like to think of that as the old-fashioned way of doing things, where it's you factor in all the costs, and that's actually the value of the land. And then we obviously have the 2008 onward benchmark land value, which is the, for those initiatives, it's the value at which it's likely a landowner would be minded to sell. So we're still in a position where, you know, the reason benchmark land values came in is because residual land values were dropping through the floor during, you know, the time of recession and uncertainty. So we're still in a position now that even though things may be a lot better, the residual land values are still significantly lower than benchmark land values.
They are somewhat below the benchmark land values, but I think one of the things that we did was when we were trying to establish the existing use value, we had to take a high-level approach because there is no scheme and we don't know precisely where the development was coming forward. So we made a broad estimate of the areas of glass houses, a broad estimate of the area of garden century type uses, the agricultural uses and what have you, to establish the existing use value, and then used those pretty rough and ready estimates to establish our benchmark land value. But paragraphs 10, 012 and 10.014 of the PPG say that abnormal costs, which would include the costs of clearing the glass houses and what have you, should be reflected in the benchmark land value, which we haven't done because we didn't have that level, or we don't have that level of detail on the sites.
Thank you. Quite. I think, yeah, I understand. So the figures in 7.12 which I have here somewhere. And if I hadn't needed glasses before I started reading this, I certainly do.
On the budget estimate.
Yes. Just a reminder, I'm sure there is a figure in this table, which the most recent budget estimates, which breaks it down to an individual, a cost per dwelling. You might remind me where in the various documents I'm looking for that.
7.12.
It is actually, is this one of the appendices? It's the appendices, isn't it? Yes.
7.12, LEB's response to IN7. And I think you're probably looking at table 2 on page 7. If you're not looking at it, it'd be quite a helpful thing to look at.
Yes, sorry, thank you. I knew I was looking in this more detailed thing. I knew I'd read it. Yeah, so yes. So the essentially important, this is the point I was getting to, 31,000. So it's in that scope of worst case 35-ish, or there is where it becomes amber.
Yeah.
Taking on board the points you've made about benchmark versus residual, and also your points about how benchmarks being addressed. We've had some debate already about the desirable, and and to the extent to which some of the desirable is essential or important. We may have more of that as we go through various things and talk about some of these in general terms. Might still have some knock on, but is it the case that if you plugged in the desirable, then based on what you were saying, is it as simple as saying, well, you plug in the desirable, it goes red?
If it doesn't go red, it almost goes red. However, Mr. Smith and I have been having a discussion about the desirable column, and I certainly don't want to get sucked into a sort of technical debate on costs, but this includes a very significant figure for district heating networks, which we wouldn't attribute a cost like that for district heating, because there's when we were preparing our plan-wide viability study at the outset, I did have quite a long discussion with Energetic about how the system works, and it's I'm not going to say it's cost neutral to do it, but there are real benefits from plugging into a district heating system, and there can be savings as well, because you're not putting in boilers to every single house, and you use a less expensive type of heat exchanger. Once the pipe of hot, whatever it is, steam, is to the site, and it's on its way. I mean, it's not there yet. It's got to Cockfosters in the west and to Enfield Town Centre in the east, isn't it? And it's developers used to be quite resistant to these district heating systems, but as they begin to understand them a bit more, so we look after Sunderland Council, who have a big one, and Sheffield have a big one, and people just want to connect to them because it makes good commercial sense.
There was thank you, it's helpful. It was obviously, there's a wider debate to be had about whether or not it's appropriate to hook into a district heat system. I don't want to get into that debate because we've had the points been raised. We'll discuss that when we get onto those policies, but it's useful to know, or at least have your views on, if that were part of the policy and expectation, what effect that would have. So you're, at least in terms of the district heating network, from your point of view, your evidence, your experience, that wouldn't be fatal. The bridge, the highway improvements are down, I think the £25 million is for a bridge. Now, this might be a question for Mr. Smith or Mr. Reid, but we've talked about connections. I'll refer to connections. There are, you factored in connections that might be pedestrian and cycle rather than bus. So is the costs for what would constitute a pedestrian and cycle link or active travel links are part of the costs? Is that am I correct in saying that? So 25 million would be if it was, is that 25 million extra over and above what's already identified to be a bus link?
Yes, that is correct.
Plated in platinum or something like that?
These are the costs that, as were advised by those cost consultants. Yes, so it's 8 million for the active travel connection, but it would go to 33 million if it was a vehicular. Now, these costs, I think we also reference in E7.12 that the costs do include reasonably healthy allowances for contingencies on all of these elements. So it does add extra amounts for that.
I did see there was, if you look at, there's a contingency is in the realms of, what is it? It's again, sorry, it's in the budget estimate.
I think it's probably 30% for this item. It does differ depending on what the infrastructure is.
I think overall, the contingency for the overall budget is 33 million, if I've read the tables correctly. So that is, it's a very significant amount, isn't it? In fact, it'll be enough to pay for that bridge. So there you go. Right, okay. And we've talked at length about why that's desirable at the moment and so on. So as far as you're concerned, because that is desirable, and the fact that the important elements have been factored into costs, it's not, again, fatal to delivery. It doesn't bring it into the red. The other desirables, we talked about the heat network, and the other desirables are the upgrades to walking and cycling routes beyond the development. Well, if they are, again, I suppose if they're nice to haves, then that's maybe is desirable. If they're part of the mitigation for, that would be required through policy, then obviously they are essential. So possibly you can't determine that until an application comes in and you've assessed it, but £6 million worth of that. Again, are we such on the borderline, Mr. Runhay, about viability that these are the kinds of figures that could actually go from this is a perfectly viable deliverable scheme to it doesn't take much of a nudge in one area before it falls over, or is there sufficient comfort in the whole picture, both between your worst case scenario assessment and the contingency and so on, that actually it's relatively comfortable in your experience?
I'm not going to answer that yes or no, but I am going to say that we are we're a regulated firm of chartered surveyors, and we have to stand back and take an objective look at this type of study. We're meant to be providing the truth, not the advice that is most convenient to our client. I think if you take, just stand back and think about Enfield and the wider market, if you can deliver housing anywhere in England at the moment, it's around the fringes of London, and the approach that we have taken the whole way through our assessment is to be cautious. And from that cautious approach, we can see that, and what we've said to the council is that they can be broadly comfortable taking this site into the plan-making process, but do need to do some extra work. And they've done the extra, or are doing the extra work, and haven't thrown the towel in yet. It's a good site in terms of development. It's more complicated than Chase Park, but that's the nature of the site.
Just you know, if you say you did certain things because it's high level about, you made assumptions about everything being spent, all the civil contributions up front. May go without saying what the consequences are of spreading those things out across the plan period, well, you know, the development period as a whole. But bearing in mind that these are all different, it's not one developer who has to spread out their liability across 20 years. It's sort of lots of different developers potentially spreading out smaller. So does that make any particular difference at all? Because obviously they'll be liable for their little bit at the time that it's coming forward. I don't know if it makes any odds.
Well,
presumably it can only make things more. It can only make things better.
I think having the SBD in place will provide a great deal of clarity and help de-risk the project for the developer, because at the moment, a developer looking at these bits of land might be thinking about grey belt and all kinds of stuff, but there's a risk to the planning. As we go forward in due course, you'll write a report. If that's a positive report, it then becomes a bankable item for a landowner to start getting very expensive planning consultants and people involved to promote the land and work on planning applications and engage surveyors to negotiate land deals, all of which is expensive to do. Have I answered your question at all?
Yes and no. I think the main point is it's a good site with potential, and the issues is de-risked. So I think my point, I suppose, was more about the mechanics of assessment. That if you're taking a very high level worst case scenario point of view and saying, right, all of this cost is up front, so it comes out with this negative, and then a little bit like, you know, but the reality is it's going to be spread out over 20 years or however. What difference does that make to the spreadsheet, if you like? I'm assuming because you've done worst case, it could only make things better, but just what difference does it make?
So putting the land and all the sill at the front of the cash flow means that those are subject to interest from the outset, and that is a real material factor. So if we were looking at a standard urban extension in the edge of Essex, we would probably do the initial work and then start refining that down, perhaps talking to the developer and phasing the land purchases over 3 or 4 tranches instead of all in one. Because the advice that we often would provide is that a scheme is going to be broadly policy compliant, but if you fiddle with the delivery and you can bring some bits forward and some bits back, alter the delivery of some of the infrastructure, it's not the perfect scheme in terms of timing, but in the end, you end up with a fully policy compliant and fully mitigated scheme. But to do that, you do have to think about the timing of some of the tranches. In our, it might just be timely to mention the 250 units per year, because that came from our cash flow. And in very simple terms, we assumed 50, 100, 150, and then 250 for the end of, until the end of our cash flow. And our cash flow happens to go for 23 years, because that's how wide it is in our model. In reality, a scheme like this is going to come forward with all kinds of different types of development. There could be an integrated retirement community for 150, 200 units. There could be built to rent. There's lots of affordable housing. So our 250 is a very cautious assumption, assuming there are 2.5 outlets on average through the life of the project. So that's 50 market units and 50 affordable units per year, which is low on something of this scale.
Thank you. Does in terms of the overall viability position, whether for you or your colleagues, I don't know, the fact that there will be, how does the, if at all, the sort of flow of land, where you've got to obviously go through the process of purchasing land and so on and so forth, is that purely just factored into your, that's not for you in terms of your model? That's just you've assumed these are all going to come forward. There's a land value at which it's likely to happen. That's not really there's no consequence of CPO or anything like that. Is that just a cost which is borne? The cost of the, is it the, well, it's the council who buy it.
Taxpayer, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But presumably there'll be a back-to-back deal on that. Okay.
I think it's really important to appreciate in a plan-wide viability study, we're standing back and making some very broad assessments, and these schemes will come forward in a lumpy way, and some years there'll be massive delivery, and some it'll look quite dry, and the same with the infrastructure. Some big bits will need to come forward at particular times, and it'll all I was going to use the word muddle itself through, but I think that is the only way you can say it at this time. When we were doing our study, based on what we had to stand back, make some cautious assumptions, and
being cautious is the main thing. Again, just from my understanding, and make sure I'm not missing any point in terms of how these two pieces of evidence work together. I note obviously in the budget assessment, when it gets things like affordable housing, ground conditions, various other things, it says not for us. So when I look at the viability assessment, when it talks about 35, that figure, that's after affordable housing is taken off. That's after ground conditions or have been dealt with, and so on and so forth. So it is literally, if you like, the 10 what the 106 has to play with on top of affordable housing.
yes, but they're not just figures that we've made up.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but I don't want to. When I read the budget assessment, it said affordable housing, nothing. I read it the other way around. I thought, well, hold on, how can you not have a cost? But then it's because it's trying to match it into that buffer, if you like, or headroom that exists, rather than saying these are all the costs associated with, because it's obviously not quite everything. But those costs haven't been missed somewhere. Those costs are in. If I compare the two pieces or put the two pieces of work together, those costs are all in there. There's nothing been missed. It's just what the headroom is, and yeah. Okay.
And we did consult with the industry. We went through a technical consultation, and we got a broad range of comments, which we picked up in our second iteration.
Okay, thank you for that. It's been helpful. There's some general points about the fact that have been raised about the fact. Obviously, we've gone back and forth on it about clearly not all of the land is in the control of the council or willing developers at the moment. You've talked about the potential to go down the route of CPO. From my point of view, in terms of delivery, is it justifiable to rely on CPO as another process? Does CPO have the requisite level of comfort and certainty there that it will?
It does, because it is a process of last resort, but it's a process of last resort which in this case is being considered in the light of the fact that a very large number of the parcels are under the control of the council, at least as a freeholder, which simplifies the process. But in any event, the CPO process is specifically referred to now as part of national policy to facilitate the delivery of sites. That's exactly what the government wants to see happen if the sort of scale of delivery that it wants to see is achievable. And bearing in mind that obviously there's how long is a piece of string in terms of how many CPOs may or may not be necessary after, obviously, CPO process, you must start by try and negotiate. As you say, it's last resort. But has the council identified funds for this? Because is the council, where in terms of the council may be expecting developers to run with it in terms of going sites, but has the council identified resources to carry out CPO if it needs to? Take instructions on that. But as you say, there are different ways of dealing with it by way of development agreements if necessary, as you say, back-to-back funding. But I'll take instructions as to whether there's any particular sources that are being investigated. Is there? I think there is a plan in one part of the evidence. Well, I'll say this. I think I've seen a plan, which shows which areas are sort of at least likely to be, or under developer control or willing developers. Am I dreamt that, or is that?
No, that does exist in the spatial framework. There's a few actually that reveal, indicate the sites that were submitted through the various call for sites, and then ones that are involved in the joint working with the developer forum. I can get the page numbers for you if you like, but they're in PLA 3.
Okay. I'm obviously not going to go through every plot of those and say, what about them, what about them, what about them, what about them. I think we've got a general idea about, there's a view that there's a large amount of developers in the area who are not willing to come forward. Council, as far as you're concerned, there's a mechanism to deal with that. I need to go. I'm not sure we'll get anywhere with debating that anymore, unless there's anything you want to say on that. No, save that it's not as simple as may have been suggested that, well, we're just looking for CPO powers, because there is a forum in place, there have been discussions, and very much it's anticipated that if these allocations come forward, that will then provide the impetus for landowners to come forward and facilitate the proposals. Just on areas where the council is the landowner but has leases, must admit, I'm not sure how CPO would work in that, because it's quite the same as CPOing a lease, but presumably there's a mechanism in place that the council is going to try to go down in order to break those leases, and if not, if it can't be broken, then there's other avenues. Well, exactly. So there, of course, I say the CPO process is one of last resort, and it's done so on the basis that actually the advice of the government is that there should be negotiation where possible, and of course those negotiations can take place much more readily in circumstances where the two parties have an interest in the same parcel of land. And the fact that the land, just dealing with your first point, the fact that the council is the landowner doesn't affect its ability to CPO subsidiary interests in the land. I mean, clearly in terms of the golf course, that's which has come up, that's 200 dwellings out of the 5,500. So it's not a significant part of the overall delivery. Okay. I'll have to go away and think about the uncertainties and what uncertainties are. Again, if I've got any further questions, particularly obviously it's 6:30, I will come back on those. And again, it might be that after we've heard about Chase Park, there might be synergies. We need to think about that.
I think so. Can I just say one thing about that, which is that, of course, when you're considering whether it's a sound policy, you're looking at the effectiveness of the proposal itself, but it's within the context of also considering the reasonable prospect of the delivery in question. You need to be convinced that it's effective, but in the light of the general approach within the MPPF, that one is looking at land parcels in the context of reasonable prospects of delivery.
And the reasonable prospect is, again, yes, reasonable. If I was to conclude there was no reasonable prospect of delivery in the context of Greenbelt, then that would speak to exceptional circumstances. It might be different if it was outside the Greenbelt and it was an aspiration. It may well be, well, okay, there's less risk. But obviously we're talking about Greenbelt release, so it adds that slight bar to it. So that's why reasonable certainty or reasonable likelihood of delivery is an extra level of importance to that, I think.
Absolutely, and it is something to consider, but it is very much about understanding that, or taking into account rather, that in the delivery of sites there will always be risks associated with it, but it's whether or not, in overall terms, it is an achievable scheme when looked at in the round. One final point before I do open it up. In terms of abnormal costs, I mean, we've been talking about costs. I did mention yesterday the M25 wasn't on the list, but I was told it was tens of thousands rather than millions, so that's probably, again, if that's correct. But are there, in terms of what's been included, my feeling is most of it is what I might call inverted commas normal. It's normal, it's mitigation, normal clean-up, normal. There's no particular abnormal, as in new junction on the M25, £200 million or something of that nature. Is that fair? There's no big showstopper, huge contaminated land, contaminated site. Yes, there may be contamination in pockets, but it's dealt with. If it's not such scale, it's not going to be able to be dealt with, and so on and so forth. That's the assumption I've made.
So you're correct in that assumption. We have made an allowance on the brownfield elements, so the previously developed elements. We've uplifted the build cost by 5% on those and applied a higher contingency to reflect that they're brownfield sites. And there's, clearing glass houses, someone needs to just drop a pane of glass and it needs to be picked up and all that type of stuff. It just takes time to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, apologies everyone, you've been very patient with me. I'll start with Enfield Road Watch, thank you. And obviously, again, I'm mindful of your earlier comments about delivery. So.
I have to remember what I was going to say now. Oh, yes. The council is committed to brownfield first, as is obliged to be by the London Plan and National Policy. However, the sites that are coming forward first are all greenfield sites. I wondered if that was an issue or not.
Thank you. Point. Let's make a note of this. And over 50s forum, thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to discuss district heat networks, but if I may just, when we did our representations, our comments about the district heat network were exclusively about the environmental aspect of it, heating and all the rest of it. In the last year or two, the working group in NCAF that is dealing with that has spent a huge amount of time, Mr. Burns is a member and there are others, looking at the financial aspects of it, up to and including waiting for a business plan that the council, that the cabinet looked at, energetics business plan in camera, section 2, part 2, a couple of weeks ago. The business plan is meant to be made public, but we're still waiting. In what we've presented to this process over the last 2 or 3 years has not looked at the district heat network as a financial or viability issue, because we didn't think that was going to be something we would be expected, perhaps we're not expected, to do. What I would say is we have done a huge amount of work on the finances, the extent to which the pipes have been laid or not laid. And it's an observation that we've not done the preparatory work that would enable us to participate fully in this discussion if and when the time arises.
Okay, I mean, obviously, yeah, you don't have to. There's no requirement for there's no requirement for NCAF to be the arbiters of this. You engage as you can. If we get into when we get into the principles of heat exchange networks, heat networks, there's clearly a difference of view between one set of consultants that said it could cost £26 million here. Another set of consultants have had some different view, and it could cost a lot less, or even be a benefit. Others may have different views. Fine. I'm not sure I want to get into the pound, shilling, pence of it all. It's more about a principle and is it a showstopper or not. At the moment, it's not a showstopper because the council are now saying it's not an absolute requirement at the site. So that's zero. Cost could be zero on this site if it's not an absolute requirement. But thank you. Understood. But I say it's not. I don't think there's any expectation that you would have worked out all the maths for the council or anything like that.
No. I think it's we would like to have had the opportunity to feed that in, really, because we have done a lot of work on it, and we have concerns about it, and we don't know how that can feed in now.
Okay. All right. Okay. Obviously, there were questions about it. There've been, opportunity was today to feed into it through hearing statements as well. But it's not the last time we're going to talk about heat networks, I'm sure. As much as I might like it to be, because they are a source of great, debate across the country. And I've had similar debates elsewhere about the points you're making about their environmental benefits or not. So yes, we will come back to it. And as I said, even though everyone wants to go home, I say anyway, the threads, all these threads are going to come together. They're all up here. One hopes, anyway. If they're not in here, they're in here. So, they will all be taken to account. So thank you for those points. You've got, obviously, again, a lot on delivery already for that. Berkley.
Hi there, Heather. 3 very short points, sir. Firstly, I can only speak for kind of Berkley's interests, and particularly the SA 11.1 site, but also their interests. They do own one of the garden centres on Cattlegate Road. I think the council have fairly presented and characterised Berkley's delivery aspirations, particularly around the 11.1. You'll have probably got a sense that we've been doing a lot of work already, gearing up for a point at which we can submit a planning application. So quick delivery is within Berkley's aspiration, particularly because we've been working on our site for a lot longer than the council have been working on the plan. The second point is I'm always really pleased when start to finish the Lichfields document is mentioned at a local plan examination, because I was part of the team that drafted that document. And
I've never heard of it. Can you tell me more about it?
To the world, and you probably hear it far more than I do. But I think the points just to make around the caveat that it's deliberately not London focused. However, some of the broader principles around affordable housing helping to boost delivery rates are apposite in this respect. But yeah, take with a pinch of salt and all the caveats that are set out in the report, the analysis there. The third point, I think, is just to reiterate from a kind of Berkley perspective that Enfield is a good market. It's a strong market, and they do see that it will deliver well, and that's been borne out by the developments that Berkley have been doing already in the district, including an exceptional development at Trent Park, which is very different to what's being proposed at Cruise Hill, but has kind of underlined Berkley's belief in Enfield as a good market to deliver homes.
What you said there about, Berkley ready to quick delivery. And so in terms of your perspective on 11.1, notwithstanding the what criterion 2 says about, at the moment, about delivery following the SPD's approval, would you think you're in a position to deliver then more in line of what the council originally said of 27, 28? Or is 29, 30 more realistic, even with your additional work because of lead-in times?
I wouldn't want to necessarily be specific about timescales, but what I will say is I think that there was always an aspiration that we would work up our master plan and planning application alongside the SPD master planning process. So we're hoping that there are some clear synergies between those two processes, and clarity from the SPD will help us to quickly move into an active kind of planning application stage. And I think, I can't remember the exact wording, but I think the precise wording is around you can't grant permission until the SPD is adopted. So as long as Berkley had sufficient confidence that the SPD is far enough advanced, that would be the point at which the scales tip, and we can go, okay, we've got a position now where we can press go on that planning application. We've got sufficient certainty. Presumably, the local plan will be adopted, and hopefully the land would be released from the Greenbelt at that point, and that would provide us with the policy platform to bring forward the development. So I won't say whether it's 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30, but it's within that kind of ballpark. And I think as long as the pieces and the fundamental building blocks we need for a planning application are there, we will come forward straight away after that.
Okay, thank you. And do you, from your perspective as a I know you're representing the developer rather than developer yourself, but the talk we've had about if only 11.1 was coming forward in the first instance, you could deliver 100 a year on that, say, and then other sites come on board throughout the remaining period. To get to the numbers the council are talking about, we say there's got to be this ramp up, this significant ramp up. From your experience elsewhere and even Enfield, is that actually on an area like Cruise Hill? I'm interested to know if you actually see that as being realistic.
Yes, I think, and so you asked the question about outlets, and that's the right question to ask, because again, in all of the stuff from start to finish, outlets is the key metric by which you increase delivery. Everything else does have, I think the Letwin and the Competition Markets Authority report, they're all really good on how affordable housing can help drive delivery, how differentiation of product can help drive delivery. But outlets is also a fundamental kind of metric. So if you've got a Berkley parcel delivering along with one or two other parcels delivering concurrently, that's where I think it's reasonable to assume that those kind of higher delivery rates can be achieved, particularly in a kind of London market and context. So nothing that I mean, I've not seen the trajectory the same as you haven't seen the trajectory, but nothing from what I heard today led me to go, oh, God, that just doesn't sound like it's feasible in a kind of London context.
Thank you. It's very helpful. So, Council, obviously some of that was supportive. There was a couple of points made. I think in particular the issue of I suppose it goes back to principle, but it's about delivery and phasing. The corollary, favorite word. The juxtaposition of brownfield first versus the likelihood that actually in this case it's going to be the greenfield first, and whether that's actually something I should be concerned about. Have you any view on that?
Yes, because it's not right to look at it in terms of just simply greenbelt and brownfield. This is a wholesale development coming forward, and it's the approach within that overarching ambition, or that overarching objective, that one looks at the delivery of particular parcels, which ultimately will bring forward and help to bring forward the brownfield elements. In this case, the suggestion that in some way you could deliver what is being sought for Cruise Hill just on the brownfield elements is unrealistic for all of the reasons that we've looked at already. And so, as a matter of necessity, one needs to bring forward those particular parcels.
Without wanting to put words in people's mouths, one of the concerns will be that you allocate the entire area, you take the whole area of the greenbelt, you allocate the whole area for housing, but because of the constraints discussed about land ownership and so on, that although there are pockets of willing landowners, but actually it could be that in 2041 or beyond, you look at it and you go, actually all you've delivered is the greenfield, and all the brownfield is exactly as it is. So those benefits haven't accrued. Is that where the commitment to CPO would come in as a last resort?
Exactly so, and it's because what the council isn't doing is just leaving this to, say, a single developer and letting the single developer bring it forward by way of planning applications. It, in terms under the policies within the plan, is putting itself in the centre of the delivery of the scheme, by way of not only its involvement in the SPD and the master planning process, but also through the delivery mechanisms via CPO. And that's the distinguishing feature.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
One last word. With my Friends of Trent Country Park hat on, I have to dispute some things that Mr. Taylor was saying about Berkley delivery at Trent Park. I've watched almost every brick go down, and it's taken several years longer to deliver than was expected, even though they worked all through COVID. And sales have not been that quick, especially of affordable housing with legal in general. They've really struggled to sell. So that wasn't the reality that I have seen. Just wanted to pass that on.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, got the point. I think it's a difference of opinion on likely delivery rates in London and market. So I'm sure, again, I've got 98 more allocations to go through where delivery is going to be coming up on some of them. So those sort of points will be picked up again. So I've got no particularly anything else to say. Right, thank you, everyone. That has been a grueling session. I do appreciate it, particularly those who are not being paid to be here. It's very much appreciated. I appreciate the people who are being paid to be here, but you know, I'm not as you know. I do appreciate everyone's forbearance. It is good to get these things done on the day if we can, even though it has been a bit of a marathon. And I've had a lot of very useful information. So really, thanks very much for your contributions today and your patience today. And if I'm not seeing you for a couple of weeks, then I'll see you in a couple of weeks. If you're here tomorrow, then you know, my apologies, my sympathies. Yeah, so I'll adjourn today till 9:30 tomorrow. Again, thank you everyone, and apologise to anyone who's had to stay to keep the room open, but it has been helpful to me, so thank you.